Θέλετε να μας... Μπράβο. Πάμε πάλι από την αρχή. Κύριε Αντιπρόεδρε.
Deputy Governor, welcome. Good morning, ministers, members of parliament, distinguished guests, Mr. Fourlis. It is my pleasure to welcome you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are your hosts today, during the series of discussions under the title, The European Year of Skills, which is a common theme all over the European Union, which addresses both businesses and enterprises, as well as each and every one of us. The aim being higher quality jobs, what we all wish for the future. This meeting at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation is entitled Empowering Greece with Skills for a Sustainable Future. And the objective here is to promote the efforts undertaken by Greece in order to promote skills, in order to promote lifelong learning, as the previous agency, the Manpower Organization, did. So let's start with a video which within 1.5 minutes will show us what we will be discussing.
Γιώργος, 50 ετών. Μηχανικός αυτοκινήτων που μαθαίνει digital προγράμματα για ηλεκτρικά οχήματα. Σοφία, 25 ετών. Γραφίστρια που άρχισε να παρακολουθεί σεμινάρια για virtual reality. Ποτέ δεν είναι αργά για να διεκδικήσουμε αυτό που θέλουμε. Για να τολμήσουμε να ανακαλύψουμε ένα νέο δρόμο, λιγότερο περπατημένο. Ο κόσμος αλλάζει όταν αλλάζουμε εμείς. Όταν έχουμε το θάρρος και τη θέληση να τελειοποιήσουμε τις ικανότητες που ήδη έχουμε ή να αναπτύξουμε άλλες δεξιότητες που δεν ξέραμε ότι διαθέτουμε. Το Ευρωπαϊκό Έτος Δεξιοτήτων είναι μία αφύπνιση, μία συνειδητοποίηση. Ότι είμαστε σπουδαίοι κι ας μην το ξέρουμε. Ότι έχουμε ταλέντα που οφείλουμε να ανακαλύψουμε ή να μεγιστοποιήσουμε. Ο κόσμος, η κοινωνία, η αγορά εργασίας έχει ανάγκη εμάς τους τολμηρούς, τους ασταμάτητους. Εμάς που ταυτίζουμε τις προσδοκίες και τα όνειρά μας με τις ολοένα και περισσότερες προκλήσεις των καιρών. Εμάς που με κάθε μας βήμα πηγαίνουμε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο μπροστά.
Okay, that's all. So, a number of panels will follow with the participation of politicians, because that's how it should be. The messages should be disseminated top down and not from the bottom up. So we want to inform the groups, the different collectives. So let us start with the national coordinator of the European Year of Skills for Greece, who is no other than Mr. Spiros Protopsaltis, the governor of the Greek Public Employment Service, DIPA, and who is also responsible, is not only here to take the floor, but he's also responsible for the implementation. So this is the official opening. You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Vice President, Ministers, Secretary General, dear guests. Thank you very much for being here today in order to discuss the European Year of Skills. As the national coordinator, I have the honor to present to you the efforts that we have undertaken in order to provide this country's manpower with the skills that they need in order to succeed in this continuously changing economy. My presentation will be very brief. As you can see from the European Skills Indicator, our country is unfortunately at a very low place in 3 sectors, either regarding skills development or skills activation or even skills matching. Unfortunately, this country lags behind, is among the very last positions. So this is a situation that has to be dealt with in a dynamic and realistic manner. Within this context, what have we done? We have promoted a number of actions of continuous education, the next generation programs, as we call them. So, first of all, we have invested intensively in the RRF activities. We have collaborated with the big tech. We have also started focused programs for vulnerable and other groups. We have made reforms. We have upgraded and strengthened the professional training and vocational training, and we have plans for the future. Let's discuss the RRF, which is a historic opportunity for our country that will allow us to use resources as never before, 1 billion euros for skilling and reskilling up until 2025. 500,000 Greeks should be certified in digital and green skills. We started from a very low starting point, but within 18 months, we have managed to have 225,000 persons who have completed such programs and have been certified, including unemployed and employed persons. And this could only be possible because of the RRF. This has been the lever which has allowed us to provide upskilling and reskilling of so many people in Greece. Who are those who have participated in these activities? Let me show you some of their basic characteristics. 68% women. These are who participate in the activities. That is very important, taking into account the fact that in this country, 2/3 of those who are unemployed are women. We can see 69% have opted for digital skills in order to be certified, and the remaining green skills. 50% of the participants were high school graduates, 42% university graduates. So we see that there is a good distribution as far as level of education. And don't think that this have only happened in Athens and Salonika. The geographical distribution, 58% come from areas outside Attica and Central Macedonia, where the big urban centers are. So we see that 78%, 225,000 have completed the programs, and we aim at 500,000 by 2025. So we are midway. And through the RRF products, we have invested with the big tech. 36,000 Greeks have completed these programs in collaboration with Microsoft, Cisco, Coursera, in Google, Amazon, and Huawei. And as you can see, because it's not so easy for you to see. This is a small screen. These are high demand programs. These are programs that the market is looking for: cyber security, cloud services, user experience, data analytics, issues that are really needed in the marketplace. So all those who have completed the programs have had good prospects, exactly due to the fact that there is high demand, and they are sought after by the market. So 25,000 plus 225,000 plus 36,000, 300,000 in 2.5 years. But this is not enough. We should make sure that nobody is left behind by this effort to upskill and reskill. So we have specific programs focusing on groups that have difficulties in being integrated in the marketplace. For instance, those detained in prisons and who will have difficulty in being reintegrated, those who complete the detoxification programs, and we have been working and completed all these programs in prisons and the different centers. Now, this is for the future, specific programs helping specific groups to promote. For instance, building maintenance. We were in Tiryns, outside the town of Nafplion. So people who are imprisoned learn building maintenance. So as soon as they are freed, they can find a job. Pastry chefs, sewing, tailoring, hairdressing, and many other, building, painting. People who are very much sought after. So we prepare these groups to find a job. That is not all. We are collaborating with municipalities as well as cooperatives, with the municipalities of Ioannina, Lassona, Dodoni, Kozani for the crocus crops, and for programs as chef's assistant or the apiculture and metal workers, these jobs that are in demand. We then collaborate with the university. I forgot to tell you that for the first time, in our collaboration with the RRF, we have participated in, we have helped universities participate in lifelong learning. We have collaborated with the University of Western Macedonia for the electric mobility, e-mobility. People from the university have asked us to teach them the EV issues, and now this university is ready to tackle this new reality. The Economic University of Athens, digital marketing, with the University of Athens, artificial intelligence programs, for which we are ambitious, and we know that it will do well. But that is not all. This is what the RRF has offered. They also required reform. We had, therefore, to make reforms in order to change any problems that we had in Greece. So we have a national council for the manpower skills. For the first time, we set up a skills strategy issued in 2023. We have a mechanism to identify the market needs. We are digitalize the skills, skills.gov.gr. Each Greek will have a skills account. This week, we will present the national register for professional training providers. And for the first time, we will see what those who have been trained do when they go in the market, start seeking for a job. These are important interventions, reforms that have not happened in years. We, as a DIPA, we should be looking at our own issues. How do our schools are linked to the market requirements? So we have the 50 schools of the of DIPA, the vocational training schools, following the German model. In the morning work and in the evening training. We set up collaborations and joint activities, information, and many other things. Now, collaboration with companies, with businesses. PAS Chalkidas, the aerospace industry, is Nissan in Greece. We collaborate on cars issues and what the market wants. Then we organize open days. We organize Greek families about the perspectives of vocational training. Young people should consciously and willingly opt for vocational training, and then we provide, or rather we organize communication and campaigns, awareness campaigns, and these are a few videos. How are you? I'm well. Have you heard anything about the free schools where you can become a specialist and you get paid for that? A PAS. A PAS are the public employment schools, 2 years training with subsidies and practical training. dipa.gov.gr. Imagine a school whereby your dreams and your passion become your profession. At the DIPA schools, your talent can become a career. DIPA training schools, anything you want. Sophia graduated from Sky School, but she was not sure what she wanted to do. But what she knew is that she was visiting a number of sites that she did not like. She could do that better. So she decided to become a web designer and development at the vocational training school of DIPA. So you can do that as well. So this is the effort we are making in order to raise awareness among the young people and make them opt for vocational training. But this is a first step. What are they going to learn? What we offer has to be updated, not related to an obsolete economy. So we have a collaboration with the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and we have updated the PAS vocational training products so that young people can learn what the market needs. We are also improving the facilities. The programs are not enough, but these young people should be learning in an appropriate environment. A tender is underway for 143 million project to upgrade the buildings and the laboratories. New pilot schools for tourism, 7 all around the country. Let me show you what they have to offer.
Μέχρι πού να ξεκινήσει να σας πω.
These
These are 7 schools, 7 pilot schools all over Greece. We have established them in close collaboration with the German Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We have trainees in 7 hotels, luxury hotels. We are providing specialization to the trainees, and they are ready on day 1 to start working in real life at luxurious hotels. These are schools that are fully aligned with this expectation or call on the part of the market. By way of conclusion, let me also state that obviously, do we have the video? We have a video coming up that concerns the timeline of the various events we have held in view of us promoting past the vocational schools of DIPA. Having said that, all around Greece we have held a number of events throughout the year in order to showcase what our schools can do. We converse with the children, with the youth, we respond to their questions. We want to have our current students and trainees to speak to their peers, and they are the ones that they share their first-hand experience. This is the kind of extraversion that is needed in order for vocational training to not be just something for those that don't have any other option, but rather have it turn into a conscious choice that benefits those who want to have a guarantee for their future and find work. Because as we know, in various such specialties and jobs that we train people for through our schools, the prospects and perspectives are good. Having said that, let me share a few things about the day after. What's coming and what's in store, because this is not the end of our venture, and this is not just it. There's more coming up, and we have to look into and at what we should do, what we need to do to further empower the skills of the working force. So one of the things we will be doing is green skills for 50,000 unemployed and employed people. This is what the EU is asking for. We need more people that's fully equipped in order for us to transition into the green economy. And so more actions and activities will be undertaken as of next month. We also have digital and green certificates. We are using to that end an international platform that will be certifying 30,000 unemployed people. We are providing training, vocational training at the level of universities to benefit people who are already working, plus 25,000 unemployed people. There's also AI training for 10,000 people. It's hybrid. We will be publicizing this shortly. There's also vocational training for professional drivers. They are missing in the market. You can't find professional drivers. We will be training at 10,000 unemployed people in person. We will be further training security staff, 5,500 unemployed people, plus advanced digital skills will be provided by our schools, and the placement of these trainees is guaranteed upon the end of that training program. This is a handful of what we are planning for in the future, and I'm hopeful that our debate, our conversations today will also provide us with more recommendations and ideas about the future. Having said that, let me extend a warm thanks to all of you. Many of you have been very supportive of our efforts. Many of you have taken actually part in our venture, and the outcome of this effort of ours is due to your collective contribution. Thank you very much for your attention.
Εμείς ευχαριστούμε και επειδή μιλάμε για...
Thank you. Since we're talking about lifelong training and education, when you change tack, and if you change tack, you could be a moderator and present events such as this. It's very important. You handle it expertly. Now we are going to touch on something which is very interesting. The title is interesting and it's beautiful. The talent gap and demographic challenges in the EU. This will be the next speech. Let's look at the reasons why there's this talent gap and whether these challenges can be easy to tackle. This is tough, so let us give the floor to the Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Margaritis Chinas, who is also responsible for, or rather in charge of promoting the European way of life, who will take the floor. It sounds easy, but it's becoming harder and harder. Mr. Chinas, I understand that within the context of your mission, there's room for those who wish to join us and wish to live in the European Union with us. So obviously we have to facilitate their integration. We have to help them share in the European way of life. Thank you very much. Dear Minister, dear Governor of DIPA, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a great pleasure for me to be with you. This is the second big event for the European Year of Skills. We had such an event in Thessaloniki with Spiros. I remember that when we launched the European Year of Skills last year in May, our objective was to have a discussion to make sure that we focus the whole discussion about skills and put it at the heart and the core of the political agenda. And now between us, let's be straightforward and agree that quite often when there's public debate, the conversation about skills might seem as of secondary importance. Quite often, within the context of our debates, maybe the conversation about skills seems to be of lesser significance, but still, the whole discussion about skills is more topical and timely than never before today. If there's one important learning that we have drawn through the unheard of and unprecedented challenges that we're called upon to manage over the past few years at the level of the European Commission during our mandate, we realize that Europe must stand on its own 2 feet and firmly so. So in Brussels jargon, this is resilience. I would rather rephrase that and state that it's high time Europe stood up on its own feet firmly, 2 feet firmly. And in order for this to happen, this call for resilience presupposes that and calls for our communities, our societies, our health systems, all of that, including competitiveness, facilities, all the infrastructure for us to be competitive the world over. Everything of the aforementioned goes through properly training and skilling the workforce. So it's all about the type of education and training against the current backdrop. If we take stock of the bigger picture, macroscopically speaking, since we're talking about the place of Europe in the world and before we embark on a discussion on skills, I believe that one of the positive elements of this Europe is that the European Union of the 27 today is still representing the biggest and the best regulated market in the world. So there's the best regulated internal market in the world. We still generate or produce 20% of the world wealth. We still are the ones that are second best in terms of our single currency, because this is the second most important currency, international currency. That's a point of reference. And we are also a paradigm for best practices and a well-functioning democracy, all of that against the backdrop of an ever-changing world that seems to be less and less certain today. And still, resilience, the fact that the difficulties we are up against, the challenges we will be facing over the next few years to come, they're all unprecedented, they're unheard of. And the teachings of this 5-year mandate of ours are the ones and will be the ones that will shape the next one too. And what will be at stake over the next mandate? Over the past few years, we experienced the very first pandemic after 1918. It was a global pandemic, plus we have had 2 wars in our immediate vicinity. Migration has become a tool or a weapon as concerns our external borders. There's inflation that's increasing, there's systematic pressure, and there's also a systematic or various systematic campaigns that are trying to downplay on the importance and the positive impact of the way of life, the European way of life. All of that is impacting negatively on the cohesion of our societies, and it's certainly inspiring a sense of disenchantment on the part of the public opinion. Despite that, we can't give up, nor can we afford to give up on the policies that were there prior to the crisis, that is the green transition, the digital transition, that are intertwined with our need to transform ourselves and become a society that, after all, demographically speaking, is faced with dramatic situations. In the beginning of the past century, us Europeans stood for 20% of the world's population. At the start of this century, European citizens represented 10% of the global population. By the year 2050, we will be 5% of the global population. Somewhere between 2040 to 2050, Nigeria will have more inhabitants than all of Europe. This is the landscape in which we ought to be building and creating our resilience. We should not be working within the conditions of an artificial workshop, if you will, or a facility lab. We have to be strategically autonomous. We have to assume, or rather play, a leading role with regard to such global developments. All of the aforementioned, of course, provides a response to the question which concerns what we should be doing in the future. But there's also another question. The question begs itself, and it's intertwined with the previous one, meaning that there's this question about who will, after all, be called upon to make these challenges, or rather deal with these challenges. There's an easy answer to these questions. It's all about us humans, people, the human force, the manpower of the European Union. We, the people of the European Union, must be the catalyst for this social agenda. We need people, and these people need to be properly equipped. They need the right tools. That's another word for tools. Skills is another word for tools. I'm not being too dramatic, but then again, I believe that I should start this very presentation by stating that the current situation, the state of play as is not an option. Business as usual is not an option, for that matter, as we say in Chalkidiki, says the Commissioner, huffing jest. Now, how are we going to go about this? Since we are talking about reshaping, reshuffling the fundamental features of our economic independence and our resilience. Skills are all about the real situation. They point to the structural weaknesses of the European Union's market. Most employers are finding hard to find the right stuff. And if there is stuff, apparently it needs to be reskilled and upskilled, because people don't have the right level of knowledge and capabilities. When the Eurobarometer is taking surveys, it turns out that 2/3 agree that hiring the right staff with the right and necessary skills is actually the biggest challenge they're up against today. And this lack of skills, please pay attention to that, is becoming an endemic phenomenon for Europe. It's the same in the East and the West, the North and the South, in the big and the smaller EU member states. It all impacts on all of our economy and all of the economic sectors. All of that concerns everyone, regardless of their specialties, regardless of the degree of expertise they have. Ms. von der Leyen last December, when she made a speech in Strasbourg upon launching the European Year of Skills, she was to the point when she said that after many decades in Europe, we no longer have people who are chasing after posts or jobs. We are faced with jobs that are trying to find the right people to do them. This challenge, of course, is not just about us in Europe, because this is a global challenge, and there's also global competition for energy, for raw materials, raw resources, clean tech. And there's a fourth important thing. It's a match, it's a competition, because there's this competition for globally attracting talented people. I think it's easy. We are facing other players, tough and dynamic players in the context of this competition, of these matches. They are more dynamic than us. We are mostly competing with the United States of America, as well as Japan, Canada, and Australia. These are countries which, for decades on end now, have been prepping for this whole competition to appeal to talented people. Albeit belatedly, Europe is joining this competition, but I don't think that the terms are unfavorable for us. We since day one, have put at the core of our political agenda skills as far as this European Commission's mandate is concerned, which in practice means that we should be doing the following. First, the first thing in my mind that we need to do, and maybe it comes as a surprise for you to hear someone who has dedicated many years of his life working in Brussels, maybe you'll be surprised because I'm saying that, but I believe that when it comes to the European Union's success in the field of skills, what is needed ASAP is the de-Brusselization of this whole match, of this whole fight. If we confine ourselves to just an in-house dialogue where Brussels will be conversing with Brussels alone, or if Brussels is solely conversing with those that know how to properly transact with Brussels, if we confine ourselves in that, then this effort of ours will not pay off, because we have to revolutionize skills, and we have to revolutionize this venture of ours by reaching out to the people. I'm not just talking about making events in the context of beautiful buildings or speaking at various capital cities or discussing the current facilities. We have to reach out to the rest of the world and the countries, those who are living in the mainland or mountainous areas, remote areas, or in the islands, those who don't have access to employment agencies. We have to find them. It's not a given fact that they can find us or come to us, so we have to go to them. That's one. Second, our objective should not just include the young. Yes, of course, we need to include the young, and we have to turn to women, and we have to facilitate the lives who inherently are faced with difficulties when it comes to them acceding the market. But we also need proper policies for skills in order to also encompass senior citizens, older citizens, those who are temporarily employed, and those who are unemployed. Let's make sure that we leave no one behind. And the governor of Dipa said this, and he was to the point. He's right. It would be a great mistake on our part if we just aim high or low in this whole venture for reskilling and upskilling. We need to aim for everything and encompass all types of and all levels of skills. We have to turn to all levels of education and training. In addition to that, we must play this game as Team Europe. So this is a collective venture. We have to act in a united and collective manner, which is why back in November 2020, along with Nicolas Schmid, the Commissioner for Employment, we together started the Pact for Skills, under the umbrella of which we have various initiatives for training and education. And I'm proud to be sharing with you today that already we've scored successes. We managed to have big companies commit to this pact in order to train more than 10 million people all around the European Union. And at this point, let me commend and congratulate the role that Greece has played and the role of the Greek enterprises, foreign enterprises that are actually working in Greece. Many of them are actually attending this event today, because at least 40 Greek organizations and enterprises have adhered to and signed off to this pact. They have submitted their own dynamic and interesting proposals, and this number is anything but negligible. Last but not least, we need resources and funds. Now, when it comes to resources, I think that things are looking up, because this is the very first time in the history of our union that we have lots of resources and unheard of funds for upskilling, reskilling and training.
So, among the RRF Recovery Fund and the reskilling of we have $65 billion for Europe, for the whole of Europe. This is an unprecedented amount. Greece is a star, is a leader and a winner in this respect, because the amount for skilling and upskilling in Greece is 5 billion. Therefore, all this is underway, being implemented, but unfortunately, I'm sorry to disappoint you, this is still not enough. is not enough. Useful, yes. Steps in the right direction, yes. But in this struggle for talent, Europe needs to make one step forward. We need to look for skills outside our border. And this is not an easy discussion. Politically toxic, complex, and demanding. Still, it is necessary. As Jean-Claude Juncker, former EU Commission President, said that the House of Europe has to open a door for those who are now jumping into the house from the window. So we created a platform, tank, digitally. This is the firm digital platform that will attract people from outside Europe who are specialists and who would wish to come to contribute to the European economy and society. And at this point, let me point out a necessary condition, which were pointed out by our friends right at the opening. Whoever comes here to work in Europe from a third country should come and live with full respect for the values and principles of our own societies, our European way of life, and the model for which Europe is known around the world. Respect for women, respect for tolerance, freedom of religion, and multiculturalism. So, I will conclude in the same manner as I started. In this Europe that is being successful, that is managing to withstand the difficulties, in this Europe where many planets are auspiciously aligned in difficult times, even though businesses, trade, transport, and technology are doing well, we will not, even though all this may do well, we will not be able to proceed if we do not solve the issue of skills and human resources. This is among the challenges of the next 5 years. We need people who will make a difference where we need them. And this is absolutely compatible with the outlook of European way of life. And this is what we want to create 100 days before European elections. A practical Europe, a Europe of solutions and not of crises. Thank you very much.
Ευρώπη λύσεων και όχι κρίσεων. Πολύ καλό, το κρατάω.
A Europe of solutions and not crisis. A very good slogan. So what are we going to do? We will keep quiet and do something unusual. We will ask the Minister of State, Mr. Niarchos, who is with us, thank you, and Spiros Protopsaltis, the governor of the DIPA, to do what we are doing now. They will be asking and getting answers. We will also bring up here learners and workers. Marcos Kerasovidis, apprentice at the Vocational School of Ioannina, electrical technician. Konstantina Anastaselu, who is training in cloud services, and Nikolaos Gerakis, who is training at the online branding and communication program. Ms. Hookley knows that I'm a good Frau in this. It is exactly 12 o'clock. You still have 25 minutes. At 24 minutes, I will start smiling at you, and you have to conclude. And after 25 minutes, you need to close. So I think we can manage. Thank you for accepting the invitation. I should like to thank the Minister of State who was able to join us today. You see that we are discussing the issue of skills at the level of a European Year of Skills and programs, but this does not exactly reflect the reality, because behind the numbers there are people, and it is important for us to listen to their personal stories, to discuss with them, so that you can tell us what was your experience like? How did you get where you there? Minister, maybe we should have the opportunity of saying a few words. First of all, a big thank you to everyone. I should like to thank Spiros, the administration, the management of DIPA, as well as the Vice President of the European Commission, for giving this impetus to Greece, to the Ministry of Labour, to DIPA. We now have the opportunity of having important resources to manage, as Margaritis said, in order to promote the recovery of the economy, which is running at a pace higher than the EU average, but which is in danger of running out of fuel if we do not have appropriate human resources. For Greece, this is a challenge and an opportunity. The opportunity being that the economy is growing. Greece now has acquired the investment grade. It's a good investment destination. We want to attract investors. This can be compounded by the growth rate and the level of the economy. But, as Spiros said, in the long term, we are not doing well in the labor market, in the economy, and the public administration. We need to match the labor market needs and the human resources skills, the availability of skills. We need to open our ears to the labor market needs, to become more outward-looking, extrovert. The labor market has recently been transformed. The DIPA used to be OAED, the Manpower Skill Organization. But in the past, it was an organization for unemployed and benefits, and not so much as an organization that was concerned in bringing people out of unemployment and placing them in the labor market. This is now the new framework. This is the mechanism of the assessment under which DIPA is subject to, and there are some problems and some structural failures in the mechanism. So we have we are addressing three groups of people: young people, women, and people over 55. This is it is another problem for the Greek economy. So the training programs have to focus even more on these three groups: young people, women, and working or non-working people over 55. And we need to be in closer collaborator with the business community, businesses of any side, to have a discussion with them, to debate the issues so that we can hear what are their needs, how the technology transforms things. And the Vice President is quite correct when he says that it is the jobs that are running after people and skills. We should understand that the educational system as a whole should be better linked to the labor market requirements. It is not DIPA, it's not only the the state-owned vocational training, but we need to to offer the whole of our educational system to this purpose, and we need to modernize the labor force. That's right. That's all. And you are right. We should be listening more to those who need the skills. You mentioned young people and women, Akis. These people are represented here. I don't know how old you are, but I don't believe you are over 55. But still, the action, the program in which you participated, how did you benefit from it? Was it what you expected? Can you please relate your experience to us? Maybe we should start from Konstantina. Thank you very much. My name is Konstantina Anastaselu. I'm an economist, and I have specialized in quality assurance. I participated in a DIPA program for the unemployed. I was initially informed for it by a newsletter from a private company that links the university with the labor market. I was interested. I must say that the training was high level, and in the end, I was certified. The training and certification into Microsoft Cloud Services. Initially, what I wanted to achieve was to upskill myself and to acquire better skills and knowledge, because cloud skills is forward-looking job. So Microsoft, through InfoLab, then provided me with further training and certification, which was very helpful. In this manner, I improved my CV. I could then be eligible for many different jobs. So, and recently, I have received professional offers, which make me very happy. You sound happy. Yes, I am happy, very happy. I think that I have benefited from this journey, training, education training and certification was beyond my expectation. What could we have done better? Because there's always a potential for improvement. Looking back, what could you have, or would you want us to do differently? As far as the training and certification is concerned, I don't think that any improvement is required. The level was high. Also, during the simultaneous and non-simultaneous training, the labs were good. Maybe at the level of placement in the labor market, maybe the connection with the labor market, an impetus to those who would wish to work on these specialist jobs. So before we move on to Nikos, who will be discussing the training issues, can you share your experience with us? Yes, of course. As far as I'm concerned, I work. I am a working person. I was informed via the internet. I saw a banner in the social media which had a link to the relevant website, and that's how I got further information. I was lucky as regards the fact that at the start of my career, when I was looking for a job, I had participated in a program of the then Manpower organization, and therefore I had a previous experience. So I would have looked into that myself. 20 years later, after my initial certification, etc., I saw something which was more advanced and short, because as a working person, I realized that it was flexible as far as attendant. The duration was appropriate, 1 month, 80 hours actually. It was following the modern training methods, which is something that is the legacy of the pandemic. It has helped me. I work in Piraeus Bank. I'm a bank employee. This was very helpful. We can work remotely. So in this case, there was also remote training, but of course there was physical presence as well, so that we can get in touch with people from different backgrounds and with our teachers. But we also used specialist platforms from well-known universities. In my case, the Athens University of Economics, and what we gained something. We were certified. We added knowledge, and we could improve our CV. The whole experience was very useful.
We're talking about this new paradigm, a new model, and we need to acquire new knowledge all the time nowadays. It's unlike the old days when you would go through an apprenticeship, or you would graduate from university, you'd get a job, and you'd never sit at a desk for the rest of your life. The old model apparently has died, and now we need to train and retrain ourselves and skill and upskill ourselves. You and your peers, those who were in class together during the training, do you share this mentality now? Is it now about adding and enriching new things to our CV? Do you think that this is now understood by everyone? Let me share my experience as Mr. Niarchos. I have been in the labor market for 25 years. I have been through different posts. I've actually changed 9 jobs. Now, I don't know if this is the average number, 7 or 5 or 9, but in our lives as professionals, I think now the standard rule is that we will be changing jobs. Previously, you'd work in 1 or 2 posts, or you just take up 1 job or 2 in your lifetime. But now things are evolving. Mobility of workers is an inherent part of the economy of knowledge, of the new market. So it's imperative that we learn about new things. And after all, technology is changing. There are leaps and bounds in the field of knowledge. The needs of organizations are changing, so we must be up to par and fully aligned with what's needed by the market. This is setting new standards for public administration and entities such as your Stavros, your agency, which is it is imperative that you as an agency provide such schemes and programs to benefit people, working people and employees and employers alike. So we have to make sure that we improve in terms of vocational training. Private entities must invest. Already public funds are on offer, so private entities must also facilitate the evolution of, professionally speaking, their own employees. So we are faced today with a radically overhauled labor market. This is a takeaway. I believe we have to be clear about this message. Technology is changing very fast, but technological changes and technological revolutions have also happened previously over the past 200 years. There's been a series thereof. There were successive such developments. This does not signify that jobs are lost. There are new opportunities, new roles are created, there are new vacancies. So this is where the public administration and also the private sector need to invest and interject. So we need training and education programs, and it's special as far as Greece is concerned. We have to make sure that an important part of our population no longer is inert, because a big chunk of our population is still behind compared to the current needs of the labor market. According to our estimates and according to the data we have, about 500,000 Greek citizens, various age groups, different profiles, they could benefit from such programs. This is, after all, one of our objectives, and that is why we are giving DIPA so many funds. Of course, we have other schemes and other programs schools and projects running within the context of the Greek public administration with a view to reskilling and upskilling people. We are there to help people who are already in employment, but also those who are outside the labor market. But especially when it comes to currently employed people, you have to find the right programs. You said that it took you a month. It was fast. I mean, you said that this training scheme had a duration of 1 month. It was fast. The platform was used. It was helpful to everyone. We can't hear you, apparently, says the moderator. Obviously, says the young man, this was very interesting and very useful because once you're back from your work, your daily work, you have to train yourself, you have to take stock of and take advantage of your time. It was flexible, you had to keep up, you had to do your homework. Pray forgive me. Would you like to share with us your own background and story? I'm Marcos. Good morning. Marcos Kerasovitis says, I am currently attending the second year of my apprenticeship. I am an apprentice at EPAS, that is the vocational school of Ioannina. I am training to become an electrical technician. After I graduated from high school, and after serving in the army, which was compulsory, I realized I wanted to delve deeper into electrical technical work. I used the internet and also talked with my friends, and eventually I opted for an apprenticeship at the vocational school at a vocational school of DIPA. So, having said that, this is year 2 for me, and in the meantime, I have acquired a lot of practical knowledge and expertise thanks to this program. It gave me an opportunity to be employed, and through my employers, I received practical skills and training. I mean, next to the theoretical part and my training at school, I was also working with customers. My employers also helped me understand how I should interact with customers and clients, how to draft an offer, make a bid. And on top of that, I have built relationships. And this is already quite promising. After the end of my apprenticeship, I might stay with my current employer, but I'm receiving other job offers in the meantime. What is it we could improve? On the basis of your own personal experience, what could the school do for you better? What's more for us? What would you ask? I'm coming back to you what we were talking about before. Coming back to the fact that technology is making leaps and bounds. It's true that every single day there are new stuff, new things emerge. I mean, maybe you're trained on X and tomorrow this is no longer there and there's Y instead. There's something else. So in the future, I would appreciate it if there was more updated information. I mean, at school, we are trained about stuff, and eventually when we join the market as professionals, the stuff we were trained on or what we learned, what we were taught, is obsolete. Right. This is a big challenge for the overall educational and training system, the speed in which things unfold. Yes, says Marcos, but I don't think this is really pertinent with what you said, the duration, a short duration of a training scheme, being it a month long or maybe shorter. I mean, you could have even shorter trainings, not a month long. How can we appeal to and attract more young people to make vocational training and education more interesting for them? I have noticed that the ways in which we discuss professions is wrong. I mean, it's one thing to talk about the cook, and it's another thing to describe the same position as that of a chef. We are not using the right words. What piece of advice would you give to us for us to make vocational education and training more appealing to the youth? Well, listen, generally speaking, young people, judging from my circle of friends, and generally speaking, we see vocational training as something that's not really attractive. Our families have also nurtured us with the idea of us going through high school, aiming to enroll at a university and eventually work after we graduate from a university. So apparently, generally speaking, the society doesn't seem to prefer vocational training or vocational schools over universities and colleges. But you see, vocational schools today guarantee you immediate employment. There are many saturated fields, and this is pertinent to the universities and the colleges. As you said before, as I said before, there are many university and college graduates. So, contrary to that, there's just a handful of graduates of vocational schools. Would you agree with that, Minister? I think you have another 3 minutes, as Ms. Nikoltsiou. Let's bring this to a close. I believe that we are called upon to proceed with a transformation of our economy, the public administration, and our education. Let me pick up from where our friend just left off. Unfortunately, until we got the sovereign debt crisis, the general economy of ours was built on and rooted into a system that counted on the state. So university graduates got their degrees, but this had nothing to do with the real needs of the labor market, and the main objective of everyone was to work for the public sector. And then this model collapsed in every possible way, because this is no longer working, nor is it serving the needs of the state, not even the people, the citizens, because people, what is it they want? We want us to be productive, we want to be creative, we want to be better connected with what we really like, and if possible, to do what we like and earn money from that. So this is what the educational system should be looking for, especially after you get through the compulsory education. You have to be cognizant of your real skills, what you're really capable of. So we have to change the ways in which we're training people fundamentally. And even at the compulsory education system, we have to facilitate the lives of children and make them understand what they like most in order for them to see and realize what makes them feel best, what they enjoy, to make the right choice, to enjoy the choices, be it through vocational or standard training. There's no stigma to choosing to be trained at a vocational school. I wish I'd been trained. Every time I do technical stuff or I use my hands, I'm really, really happy. I'm hugely satisfied when I pull it off. So this stigmatization must be removed, and it shouldn't be characteristic of the Greek families and households. Now, technical schools, technical professions, being a handyman is imperative, and it's useful for the economy. After all, we are talking about a globally competitive economy that is investing in the manufacturing sector, the private sector, the secondary sector, the tertiary, that is services. It is important, therefore, to hugely invest and fundamentally invest in proper training and education for such professions. We shouldn't be a mono-cultivation economy that has very specific borders and confines. And after all, we need to have sustainable and cohesive growth. And we have to share that with the families. We have to communicate this message to the families. It's exactly like you said, the future professional work being hired immediately. We have to be extroverted, which is what we're doing as we speak. Moreover, says Mr. Skertsos, obviously for the labor market, we need properly skilled people. We have to have satisfactory salaries and wages. We have to make sure that the employees are protected and labor is properly protected. So we have to make sure that we don't have undeclared work or abuse of the rights of the workers, of the working people. In addition to that, we have to make sure that we have a labor market that encompasses and integrates all technological developments. The regulatory framework is important. All of that are important to the Greek labor market. Today, we are focusing on skills, but skills is not the only thing that makes a competitive, effectively working contemporary labor market. I see our moderators who are waving. I know we're pressed for time, and on that note, let me wish to all of you all the best. Success in whatever you chose to do. Have you something to add? Have you got something to add? I don't know if this is possible to make happen, but maybe such schemes, such programs, since DIPA is the interim link that brings together the labor market with the people, maybe we should have post-vocational training. Yes, the Ministry of Education is attending this event. Let's have this conversation, and maybe we could have this the relevant credits added to our certificates. Yes, this is a great proposal. We are going to look into that. Let me thank each and every one of you for participating in this panel discussion. All the best to you. Bye-bye.
Λοιπόν, παρακαλώντας, θα φέρουμε τώρα ένα έκτο κάθισμα.
We need a sixth chair, since the next panel will be more numerous. Maria Nicolciu is wearing a work of art. I'm holding another one, which is equally valuable. So let us explain to you what this is and what it means in practice, what upskilling and reskilling means in practice. We are not going to become rocket scientists, but we can start by becoming a very good craftsmen. What I'm working is a beautiful work of the Iraklion Epas. The theme is AI today, yesterday and today. It is from the silver and goldsmith school. If you look at it, you understand that this is a beautiful piece of work that can be sold. So during the break, you can visit the pop-up shop. And behind you, we do not only have a buffet break, we provide the work of the people from the schools of Galați, Patras, and Crete. So please, welcome and congratulate these young people. You will see how good their work is. No, Mr. Fourlis will be the sixth panelist among Mrs. Ioana Litrivi, Deputy Minister of Education, the Vice President of EAV, Mr. Goulas, the Director General of the Labour Institute of GSE, Ms. Bozu, who is the Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy of Google Greece, Cyprus and Malta, Mrs. Anastasia Pouliou from the European Centre of Development, and if I don't massacre your name, Eliza Mohamedou, the head of the Center for Skills of the OECD. So now you have the floor. We do have time. Okay, I will be very fast, rapid. Working as one is the title of this panel, Education, Training and Employment Systems. We have up to 15 minutes max at our disposal. So 2 rounds of questions that I will make to the 5 or 6 panelists. And at the end, I will give the panelists the opportunity of coming to a conclusion after having listened to the other panelists. So I will start by you, Madam Minister. The issue is being debated in Greece for decades now.
Ή εδώ. Επαναλαμβάνω λοιπόν την ερώτηση. Το έχουμε? Ναι, ωραία.
So, we have been debating the need to link education to the market, to the labor market. What is for decades? What's your view as minister from the ministry? has the Ministry of Education the need to mediate? Thank you for the question. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. As you said, the title of the panel, Working as One, replies to your question. In a nutshell, the educational system should debate or discuss the matter with the labor market. That was being debated, but I don't think that there was real interest in linking those two. The teaching of specific skills in required by the labor market has been vilified extensively. But as we heard from the minister, Mr. Niarchos, earlier, we should be proceeding this way. People think that young people should go to university in order to enjoy their life. Yes, that is true if that's what they want, but we need to provide all the outlets, so the possible outlets for the young people. For many years, we had neglected, we have not been focusing on professional training and education, which is the aspect of the educational system that affects both parties, both the educational system and the labor market, that need to be in conversation. So, starting from the ladies, not because of because I want to be polite, but because I want to advance the conversation. Ms. Pouliou, we are now experiencing a double transition that has been widely debated. Mr. Skinas said that we are experiencing the green transition, and everyone else, every member of the first panel mentioned the digital transition. So, do you believe that only those members of the workforce that have limited skills require re-education, upskilling and reskilling, or is it a general revolution that is about to change the world economy and therefore we are all involved? Thank you for this question. Yes, you are right. Or rather, before I answer the question, I want to tell you that I represent the CETEFOP, the European Center for Training and Education. It's in Thessaloniki. Before that, we were in Berlin. So I look at our surveys. The findings show that this is true. We have reached a situation of perma-crisis, as we call it, which means that there are people who, unfortunately, are not ready to start the process of reskilling and skilling. On the other side, there is the term perma-skilling. So, does this concern specific people or everyone? Everyone, I would immediately reply. People have to understand this, especially young people who find themselves working in professions that are do not reflect their skills, that their own skills are much better than what the labor market asks, are seeking a new job. On the other hand, we see older people who have difficulties because of lack of these technological skills. They do not even understand what skills are required of them. So this has to be a holistic approach that will cover everyone. I'm not sure whether this is a revolution, but this is the way to face the future. If not, there will be no change. So moving from the European to the wider, to the global level, Madam Mohamedou.
it is the so-called green transition, and I'm naming it the artificial intelligence transition to this new world, this new market, in a way. I have noticed that on the website of your organization, OECD, you are worried indeed about especially the low-skilled people, the low-skilled workers. Is it only them, or it is even more the low skill that we have to worry about?
Thank you. So first of all, I'd like to thank Stavros for having organized this. I think it's really looking at the agenda, bringing all of the government together. It's quite impressive. To answer your question, no. This will touch all of the workforce, as Anastasia just mentioned. We do think, however, that this is a particular moment where we still have to make sure that the different programs target mostly those that have lower skills proficiency to ensure that we address the existing disparities. Now, there's very little research so far that has been done around this, but some of the research that has been done, particularly at Stanford with Brynjolfsson or Acemoglu at MIT or in Europe as well, shows actually that the AI revolution that you're talking about may be actually supporting the lower skills proficiencies populations more. So there's a particular program that was done and looking at customer service agents in the US, and that showed that the usage of AI increased productivity by 14% across all skills levels. But when you look at the lower skilled, it increased by 30%. So what happens is that those who had come and had about 2 months only of experience were working on par as those who had been working more than 6 months without using AI. So there's an opportunity there in terms of leveling up, if you will. There's also all other research that shows there's no great equalizer, if you will. Clearly, what's going to be important is that these both the green and the AI transitions will need to really make sure that the whole workforce is also upskilled, because there will be job role changes in any case. And so I think that's really how we see that there's that this has to be across all skills levels.
Unfortunately, yes, without a microphone. So let us now take a look at the real marketplace. So I will start from you, Mr. Ioannou. Big Greek enterprises, do they have access to the program of reskilling and upskilling so that they can match their needs with the skills of the workforce? I'm saying this because I wonder why big Greek consortia or companies do not finance training programs. In the United States, this is an everyday occurrence. Well, thank you for the question. The few big companies that we have in Greece, we should have had more, are linked both to universities. We have also added to our agenda this issue, the business postdoc studies, which are paid for by companies, by enterprises. And so we have improved our relations with the system of education. But this is not only the only thing that we have in Greece. These companies feel the need for the rapid change that is required as far as their human resources and its skills are required, but at the same time, each one of us has a smaller or larger picture of the whole puzzle. So as a country, through our policies and from our applied research, we need to get the global picture. And because the world is changing, we can do that. The service and research of both of CEDEFOP and OECD, we need in order to forecast or even look at the present to understand the needs. Much remains to be done at this level. Technology allows it to happen. So there is a big challenge. The European Year of Skills will come to an end, but still, if we want to move away from what the DIPA governor has just showed us, are lagging behind because of the in different positions. So over and above the European Year of Skills, which is of course necessary, we need to organize a 10-year period for education, education and skills, as they would say in Brussels. And therefore, training policy and educational policy should be in touch with the companies, not only with the organizations, but with the sectors and the enterprises. This can be done because of technology. Technology has made it possible. Now, the workers' representatives are the trade unions, the workforce. Do they also feel the need to proceed to upskilling and reskilling? Do they feel that they have adequate access to this training? Mr. Goulas, how do things stand? Of course, this is the responsibility of the State Ministry of Education and DIPA. For you, are those the sources of education, or maybe there are some more? Listen, the workforce are the final recipients of all these policies. Now, whether the workers are running after these programs and spend time and resources in order to get these results, we can read this in two different ways. There is a group, the over-educated, over-skilled members of the workforce are seeking to acquire even more skills, and they are struggling to acquire high skills. And of course, then when they go to work, what are their rights and what are their salaries? Because this is also an aspect. When the workforce acquires new skills and at the same time they are remunerated at a very low level, this is a problem. On the other hand, we have another group of workers who are under-skilled, under-educated, with low skills, low social and economic and cultural capital, who have been excluded by this program, not because they cannot be accepted, but they are unable to, the programs are unable to attract these people. So we have seen these two poles, the over-skilled who do participate in training programs and the under-skilled abstain or are unable to go there, to get there. So this is the group of people that we need to approach, both on behalf of the state, but also on behalf of the unions and the organizations.
Minister, over to you. This is the second round of questions. We have a general overview of what reality states against the backdrop of the world. Ms. Bozu, welcome. On that note. Oh, all right, let's give the floor to Ms. Bozu, or shall we give her a few minutes to settle in? I don't know. Have you caught your breath? But since you just joined us, Mrs. Bozu, I would like to listen to what you would say before round two. So let me repeat the question that I asked the minister before. meaning that for decades on end, we are talking about connecting the market with education and training here in Greece. And I would like to listen to your own point of view as to whether the point of contact should be the interface, the Ministry of Education, the state, generally speaking, or some other agency. Is this open? Good. This is on. Good morning and thank you for the question, says Mrs. Bozu. We as a company, at least, always try to undertake initiatives, to take initiatives in close collaboration with the ministry. And it's not just the Ministry of Education. On every single initiative of ours, every single time, we are aiming at different age groups. Maybe one go will concern the older ages, older people. Other initiatives and other initiatives of ours concern young people. So we have different age groups and people with different skills. One thing is for certain, definitely, by nature, the Ministry of Education knows better than anyone what the needs of each community is. I mean, the pupil community, the student community, or the workers community. So the ministry is more knowledgeable. And we can thus build programs and projects that will be better fitted to the individual needs of the group. We don't have programs that are customized per country. We rather have initiatives that are global, and then we adjust and adapt them to the specificities of each and every country. So we are in direct contact with the ministry in charge, the ministry that has the right data for us to properly shape the program or the initiative. So the ministry's collaboration is precious. And the results, the outcomes are always better when we collaborate with a state entity, a government. Because how can I put it now? It's like saving yourself time. You can thus go directly to the core of the public you're interested in. And you are also taking advantage of a mechanism that is already in place, a mechanism that's meant to facilitate education and training, which is what you want to achieve too. Third, from an institutional point, it's also important to to demonstrate that indeed the private and the public sector work well together. And it's also important to collaborate this way because nobody can be successful on their own. No matter how many programs or initiatives companies have, they can't have the footprint that's necessary. And I also think that any ministry on their own couldn't have a huge impact. And the ministry, especially when it comes to digital skills, the ministry needs technological companies and their assistance because we have direct access to know-how, to expertise, to information and data. It all comes from exactly where the source of information is, after all. And a fourth thing, if I may, one last thing, in the minds of the people, I think that whenever something is branded by a ministry, whenever there is the brand, the seal of the ministry, then the people perceive this, whole families perceive this as a guarantee that can be trusted. And therefore, when there is collaboration, things work better. Right. Minister, you're wanted. They want you on board. That's what I understand. Off mic, apparently. And the moderator proceeds and says, Google, this is a company that is in the avant-garde. And Google states publicly that they want to work together with the ministry because the ministry offers a special seal, a guarantee, if you will. What is it you can do, especially in the field of technology? In the technological sector, nationally speaking, we are faced with a challenge. Mrs. Bozu just said that we need to be fully aligned and promptly aligned with the needs. So we have to lend an ear to what's needed. That's why I'm referring to universities. Should we have universities open up to collaboration schemes for universities to work together with big technological companies? And so that would be the way to get programs. Let me first discuss what was mentioned during the first round of questions, because I believe everybody agrees we need to work together. I believe everybody agrees that the two systems must converse on all levels. It's not just about general training. We have vocational education and training. This is part of my portfolio. And then, of course, we have to lend an ear to what the employers and the employees need and what they have to say. Everything must be on board. We agree that we need to discuss and converse between and amongst ourselves, but we're not doing that, not really, because when you lend an ear to what the needs might be and you try to cater to those needs, then we have to avow that indeed steps have been made in that direction. You know what, a few years ago when we were talking about the social partners and their involvement and forthcomingly the involvement of the companies, as Mr. Niarchos said, we're not just talking about SEV, the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises. So when a few years ago we were talking about possibly having private organizations and companies be intertwined with the educational system, people perceived this discussion as something that was provocative, and some demonized that discussion. Now, as we speak, we are sitting around the same table and we agree that we will be talking about vocational education and training, and we've been talking about that over the past 4 years. And apparently, when it comes to vocational education and training, recently, the past 4 years, the social partners are taking an active part in this discussion in terms of governance systems and first and foremost in terms of upgrading the quality thereof. There's vocational training, the schemes, the profiles. They're taking part in this discussion. I am underscoring all of that because this is part and parcel of the framework and the whole discussion we're having right now. Having said that, on all levels, and general education, standard education, compulsory education, and also the level of the universities. You talked about different chairs and postgrad degrees. At the level of universities, but also at the level of vocational training, we have to work together. This is the way to go. This is a national goal of ours. It's important to highlight it's a national objective. And before I complete this statement of mine, let me add one last thing. There is a bill of law, and I think it's a best practice. It seems to be a best practice. There was a new law that was adopted, a law on vocational training, vocational education and training. The law was adopted about a month ago, and we're talking about the qualifications agenda of ours, and we managed to construct one single center that will be managing certain levels of vocational education and training, and there will be a careers office. That will be the place where there will be job postings. So that will facilitate the communication between the vocational educational system and the market. Because at the local and regional level, there are specific needs, and people need to know. It matters. We are not talking about one single need. It changes. And already the previous speaker said that change on a daily basis. You try to respond to a certain need today, and tomorrow that might be different. So we will be doing so promptly with regard to all specialties, because there will be this office, this center, and we will be knowledgeable of what's necessary, what sort of jobs are needed at the local and the regional level. So results will be better and prompt, I believe. Mrs. Pouliou, we're not reproaching the employees, obviously. No way are we doing that, but I know you have measurable data. You must have measurable data with regard to what people today understand and what they perceive when there's mention of reskilling or retraining, re-educating themselves. Ms. Pouliou, quite often people fail to agree that they need to get trained and re-educated. Let me refer to some surveys and research conducted by our center, because there's this trend, a future trend, if I may describe it as such, and I know it's a bold characterization. Micro-credentials is a term I'm going to be used because now micro-credentials are the way for any trainee or apprentice to prove they have acquired new knowledge. And that can be guaranteed through very short trainings. Someone else before talked about the fact that maybe someone has a certificate, not a degree, but this person has certain skills or abilities, or maybe this person is an apprentice for a brief period of time. There are such schemes. I had mention of a month-long program before, and it worked. So this is the future trend. Nowadays, we are taking stock of the qualifications of people, of their work experience, so we're being flexible in order for us to showcase that people have different knowledge, different skills, which is recognized and acknowledged by entities. No doubt there will be some quality assurance criteria too. At the level of CEDEFOP, for the past 3 years, we are conducting a survey that is taking stock of what's happening not just in Greece, but everywhere in Europe. And so we are counting on the feedback of the social partners, the private organizations, the companies, the ministries, and also the working people are giving us feedback, and we're trying to raise the awareness of everyone. This is not an easy process, but we're trying to create the right processes and procedures to promote micro-credentials. Having said that, it's an obligation of each and every one of us to find the right platforms, be it at the national level or maybe global level. We have to look for the micro-credentials that will be intertwined with quality assurance and that will give value and improve your worth. That will be not just about a university degree. You need more. The labor market says so much. The standard qualifications no longer suffice, so we need micro-credentials. Mr. Goulas, I know you want to have the floor on behalf of the working people, but please wait. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Mohamedou first to encompass all the working people in this discussion. There are the underprivileged.
Social groups. For instance, we have in Greece many migrants right now, and I believe we'll have even more. Do the same tools and the same rules apply for them?
So there are really numerous hurdles when it comes to the integration of migrants into the labor force, particularly into skilled jobs. So we've identified a few, and there's tons around the hurdles, the bureaucratic hurdles. One of the largest barriers that requires a targeted policy is, of course, the recognition of their prior qualifications, particularly when official documents are lacking. And so there are really, and I think this panel is about collaboration across. There's quite a few good examples, and I'll focus on a couple since this is in Europe, since this is European Year of Skills. It's great to call for collaboration, but collaboration usually works when there are incentives behind it. And one of the two examples, for instance, in Germany, the Office for Migration and Refugees proposes grants for effective cooperation across social partners and different stakeholders. There's another example as well from the Swedish Solna program as well, which also really promotes the relationships across stakeholders. So I do think that when we're talking about collaboration, just calling for collaboration is an intent, but that we really have to have policy tools behind it. And particularly when it comes to migrants, because I think as the Vice President of the Commission mentioned, this is a reality today and also tomorrow. So that's really something that we need to look into and have the policy tools that come to it. And at the OECD, we've done quite a lot of work around the recommendations very much when it comes, particularly for the integration of migrants through vocational education and training.
Ναι, δεν μπορώ να μην συγκρατήσω και για σας πηγαίνει, κύριε Ιωάννη.
This is a question, what Ms. Mohamedou said regarding, yes, to upscaling, but people need motivation in order to participate actively. So, Mr. Goulas, will you be the first one to answer? Listen, this is not a question of what to answer. It's a different approach. I don't understand why the workforce have the obligation. people who work understand that they need to invest in themselves, but they require state-run lifelong learnings. And at this point, we need education, training, and employment policies. How are they going to be connected to them? They need to join forces, but each of these policies should maintain their specific characteristics. This is important. We are all aware that without good education, we cannot provide quality training, because education provides the basis, the values, and without training, good training, we cannot have good employment, because training provides the skills. So, on the basis of OECD data, Greece is #1 country in Europe with the highest number of working hours in the private sector, worse than Turkey. This is #1. #2, the remuneration is disproportionately low. And thirdly, there is an additional obligation to participate in training programs without motivation and with a number of hurdles. We surveyed the hurdles. We have lack of time, lack of quality, and lack of incentives. So we need alternative policies which are there and which do a good work. We want quality systems, but for this there's still a long way to go. But we also want motivation and good conditions. So I will address Ms. Bozu before I go to Mr. Ioannou. So a question to you. This is a simple question. What could be the motivation that can be a working person can use? Survival in the labor market, is this enough, or can you provide them something more? Well, the only thing I can tell you is to relate an experience from the company where I work for, where they have a number of clever ways to keep us there and to make us understand the value of further education. In a technology company such as Google, I spend quite a bit of my time in training and retraining, exactly because technology grows very, very fast. What we knew 6 months ago, and I have a very recent example of that, all the AI products and the generative AI products that the company is preparing in recent months, we have all been required, both in order to be able to use them in our work, in order to be able to put to good use the tools we have at our disposal. We all required retraining, and quite a bit of retraining, also in order to be able to communicate these changes to others. An additional incentive offered to us, which frees much of our time, is to have companies weeks without meetings. Every now and then we have a no-meeting week, and in this manner we have plenty of time to spend on our own personal training. And this does not happen twice a year. This happens periodically. And in this manner, we are allowed to study, to train in a more relaxing manner, and not after the kids have gone to bed in the evening, being a mother. And there are also bonuses. We are offered bonuses, money, that is, as simple as that. In a smaller company, in a big company, this might be easier, but we are rewarded for our good results, and among the good results or the achievements is the fact that we have learned and we can be the best among others on a specific issue. There are days whereby we are asked to provide further training to our colleagues. I read something, I study something, I acquire skills, so my team is able to see or to benefit from presentation one Monday every month. One colleague can benefit the others from what they have learned. In this manner, knowledge is disseminated, but also we get to know us better, to know each other better, and we show that we are being recognized by our peers, and you also receive a credit in the sense that you do something more than business as usual. These are a few examples. So we need to work quite a bit. Mr. Ioannou, very simple question. Of course, this was Google. How much can Greek companies resemble Google? To what extent? Well, it is possible, because this discussion has led us to discuss the skills of the others and the abilities of the others. But the issue is what we know and what skills do we have, either as managers. You're an HR manager where HR department does exist, or you are have to deal with the HR of an SME. You need to have the skills and knowledge required by our day and age, 21st century. You need to be able to mobilize your people, your workforce. So these skills and abilities of the managers, of the staff members, of the ministries, of the officials, because the world is changing for everyone. It's changing rapidly. Reskilling, upskilling is not something that others have to do. It's something that we all need to do, and things have become even better. If you look at what the department of Mrs. Mohammadou has achieved, this does not only relate to others, but to the educational system. How do we learn now? One can learn by listening, one by looking at it. And AI, that is technology, can help even the less skilled persons to learn and proceed to being more productive. And we can have data about all this, and our human intelligence doesn't use this. Mrs. Folio, CEDEFOP, 32 EU countries publish skills and job opportunities. Everything is in the air. Their processing is available. If somebody who is interested can follow it, one can see the trends in each member state, in every sector, in every profession. The knowledge is there. We need the skills, the networking, to be able to discuss matters, and even the appropriate language in order to communicate is another skill. We have 2 million young people in the educational system, 4.5 members of workforce that DIPA has to take care of, and another 500,000 unemployed that DIPA has to take care of. Moreover, 1 million, the minister said 500,000, but it may be more, who are inactive, and they are in a productive age, and they could potentially become members of the workforce. Listen, you took us some more time. So, Mr. Ioannou, I will allow each one of you a last comment, starting from Ms. Pouliou at this point. Skills of Age. It's an important platform whereby you see millions of job opportunities. So the primary data is there, the knowledge is there. And even older people can check it and see what opportunities are available, and not stay at home and say, oh no, I cannot choose, I do not have opportunity, I am digitally unskilled, etc., etc. Everyone should look. And the system is changing, but the most important skill this is adaptability, that we can, to be able to adapt in this. Ms.
Listening to everybody else.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think a couple of things. I think we need to be careful about terminology. I think when we talk about low skilled, I may be skilled in some areas, I'm lower skilled in others. And I think it's stigmatizing, and I don't think it's really counterproductive to do this, because I think when it comes to transversal skills, for instance, which are the most in demand now, some of the vocational education and training students are much better placed than some of the other university students by having been already in an environment of work. So I think there's something around that we have to do. The other thing is that lifelong learning starts early. It shouldn't start when you're at a moment of a job change role, of a change within your company or within your sector. I think that's really, and it's great to have the Ministry of Education here, because it really starts that growth mindset very early on. The other thing is, I think what some of the colleagues are mentioned is the need to really now rethink systems as flexible ones. Really, we don't need a 4-year university degree to do a lot of the new jobs required. And so, but that requires also that employers recognize those certifications and micro-credentials and so on, and we're not there yet. And I think the last point perhaps is really, if we're talking about this collaboration altogether, I think it's important to look at small and medium enterprises. It's much easier for some of the larger companies to undertake these programs. It's much more difficult for SMEs, and that requires also very targeted policies.
Absolutely agree.
Ms. Bozu, let me take on from the previous speaker. We have worked with SMEs quite a bit, and in the case of Greece, Google has focused on tourism, and we have had impressive results, both in the participation, but also in the change that we saw in the participants and the workforce. So SMEs are the basis, the cell on which we need to focus. This is what we are about to do in the immediate future, also discussing the skills of the next decade. And therefore I come to my conclusion. We have the AI that is present now. The skills that will be required might make our life much easier, because we don't all need to be developers in order to use technology. This has become quite easy, with a simple example that most of us are aware of. Through the generative AI, we are, all of us, able to discuss to use it. It's in our phones. It's last state-of-the-art generative AI. So a person who is a member of the workforce can create a website without even knowing code. This is something quite sophisticated, and the point of view of the skills required has changed quite a bit. And something that we also need to know about the future is also the result of a recent survey. The future member of the workforce will have to live together, cohabit with the AI. The AI will be his or her assistant. So this, alongside a wish to know, a curiosity that should start from an early age, is something that will be in the hand of our policies and of the educational system. This is what we need to know about the future skills. Mr. Goulas, do you agree? Yes, to some extent, but let me conclude on something. We discuss the obligations of the state as regards vocational training and education. Yes, because the state needs to fight the inequality. We also discuss the constant need or obligation of the workforce to be up to date. We discuss the enterprises, but they also have obligations. The recent Hellstat indicator shows that we are lagging behind every other country in the EU in training, and at the same time offering of training, and at the same time they complain for lack of skills, and especially companies that invest their fixed assets less in education and training than others. There are some bright and excellent exceptions, but not. These are the exceptions. The whole culture, the whole attitude needs to change. The state should help in this direction for companies to understand that investing in human resources is an investment in your company. So please, in a nutshell, I believe that I will close with what I started. Working as one is critical, and I think something that another important issue has to do with the creation of a single learning space area that is open to people, everyone, to the public, so that we can all start, each and every one of us, I repeat, needs to follow a path there. This is critical and is an issue to be debated at the political level as well. Thank you very much to all of you. We have exceeded our time by a bit. This is a very interesting debate, so we will now proceed to a break. No break. We said that the best skill is to be adaptable, so we will adjust to the new situation until the next panel of Mr. Fourlis gets ready. We will proceed with the fireside chat with Commissioner Schmidt.
Participants, distinguished guests. Today's event showcases just how important skills have become. Because it is clear that without a skilled European workforce, we will not be successful in the twin transitions. We risk missing out on reaping the benefits of competitiveness, quality job creation, economic growth and social cohesion.
Παρακαλώ καθίστε στις θέσεις σας και μην μιλάτε γιατί αυτό περνάει και τηλεοπτικά. Και δεν φωτογραφιζόμαστε τώρα. Καθίστε στις θέσεις σας και δεν μιλάμε τώρα.
Please take your seats and be silent because this can be shown on TV.
Which affect occupations across all skill levels. These shortages are particularly prevalent in healthcare, construction, and the IT sectors. So, what initiatives have been put forward at European level to tackle this challenge? We defined a clear strategy with targets. At the Porto Social Summit in 2021, European leaders agreed that at least 60% of adults should participate in learning every year by 2030. In simple terms, we want lifelong learning to become the norm. To achieve this, the EU has adopted a toolbox of crucial policy frameworks. We are strengthening vocational education and training systems because technical jobs are most in demand. We have to show that VET is an excellent career choice with many good job prospects. We are also promoting individual learning accounts that give training opportunities to everyone, especially when it comes to digital skills. We believe that modular learning opportunities, notably via micro-credentials, can create targeted and adaptable learning opportunities. We launched the Pact for Skills, which brings together public and private actors in each ecosystem to map the skills needs in their sector and make commitments to meet them. Already in 23, some 2 million people had benefited from training courses set up under the Pact, and companies had invested 160 million euros into skills. Last but not least, EU funds are providing strong financial support. The EU has earmarked around 65 billion euros for skills development across the various EU funds. In Greece, we are investing a total of 3.5 billion euros in skills through the European Social Fund Plus and the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Success depends on empowering workers as key actors in their upskilling and reskilling efforts. All these efforts are pushed by the European Year of Skills, which gives a political impetus to this common endeavor. Significant progress has been achieved, yet there is more to do. Greece can rely on the full spectrum of European resources to continue investing in training. I wish you all a fruitful discussion.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον Επίτροπο.
Thank you very much to the Commissioner. That was the Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights. And now we have a panel discussion, the moderator of which is Mr. Fourlis. He will be discussing with the members of the panel, that is Stelios Kimbouropoulos, a member of the European Parliament, Ms. Efremoglu, the president of the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Revea, Niki Dandoulou, special secretary, European Social Fund Programs, Ministry of Economy and Finance, Katerina Papanikolaou, senior manager, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and Athanasios Patsakas, senior sales leader for Greece, Cyprus, and Malta, AWS, will be discussing with Mr. Fourlis about skills for an accessible and inclusive workplace. Would you be so kind as to be quiet, please, because we can hear the discussion. Okay, since this is broadcast, you have 2 rounds of questions, half an hour overall. So thank you very much, and over to you, dear Mr. Fourlis. I will kick off with something more realistic in order to get your attention. Recently, a piece of legislation was voted with regard to the rights of same-sex couples, and that also gives them the right to get married officially and to adopt children. That was a very precious point in time when various political parties' members voted and agreed between amongst them. I guess this is a sign that we are moving forward and we're coming closer together. The subject matter here is skills for an accessible and inclusive workplace, and this title has scope and room for a lot. Let me cut to the chase. And to do so, let me ask a simple question, starting with you, Mrs. Dandoulou. Do we really need skills? All of us, do we need skills to have an accessible and inclusive workplace? Meaning the professional spirit and attitude of each and every one of us no longer suffices. Respect is not enough. And what about who's going to shape this environment? Is it the employers and the employees or someone else? Good morning, says Mr. Dandoulou, and thank you very much for the question. It's interesting. I wasn't exactly expecting that, not that way anyway. Now, a professional attitude, professionalism, is a fundamental prerequisite. That's true. This, nonetheless, does not signify that, and social sciences have proven that that would be beneficial to us all. So if we dealt with people with disabilities or other vulnerable groups in a more conscious manner, it would be beneficial to all, not just deal with them instinctively. So definitely you can have this cultivated at a higher level. Let me also connect this to the professionalism of everyone. And also let me connect this issue to the issue of integrating vulnerable groups and disadvantaged groups. It's very important to encompass them when it comes to providing people with more skills, since we are working towards a common cause. Now, when we're talking about a career or more skills, upgrading skills and so on, we're all working in one single direction. So people need to be aware of ways through which we can facilitate integration of special groups, the integration in the workplace, regardless of specialties. Because there's also prejudice, there's some bias and some objective difficulties and hurdles that we need to overcome through. They are faced with such hurdles when they want to be integrated in the workplace. And it's also important with regard to achieving prosperity, welfare, and it's also important to encompass all of that because it's a proof of our cultural approach. Let's have a vivid discussion and let's keep the responses brief. I could interject, no, I'm leaving you for last because let me explain why. You overall represent a huge category of employees. Let me give the floor instead to Mr. Patsakas, who represents Amazon. What about you? Does a company need skills to have an inclusive and accessible workplace, or is our culture enough? Is our professionalism enough? Definitely. Surveys and studies have shown that when the staff of an organization, when employees feel that indeed there's inclusion and they feel it, then they are more committed, more dedicated, they are more performing better, and they are helping their peers. Moreover, they also feel free to become innovative, and they have a sense of belonging to the organization. To us, it's important to have a culture that will facilitate an accessible and inclusive workplace. That's one thing. But on the other hand, we have to create the right environment, an environment that will promote such a culture for an accessible and inclusive workplace. That's why we have 16 leadership principles in the context of Amazon AWS, and 2 of the 16 allow us to be equipped, to be empowered with skills. Let me be more specific. When it comes to promoting people, when it comes to hiring new peers, and also when it comes to services, goods, collaboration, actions we undertake and activities within the context of our communities, all of that has to be permeated by an inclusive culture, our culture. To get there, we are all duly trained and educated to get the right skills that will help us overcome problems, to understand when there's bias, to realize when maybe a peer is robbed of the same opportunities, to properly tackle all of that. And since we are a technological company, that was said before, we are providing technology. For instance, the use of AI allows human resources departments of ours to properly identify inequalities when there are inequalities in terms of selecting people, promoting our peers, and also when it comes to salary and wage inequalities, we're using smart tools and we're properly dealing with them. Mr. Kibouropoulos, I'm coming to you. Let's suppose that I'm an employee. I am an employee anyway. What does it mean for me as an employee to be instrumental in an environment that will be creating an accessible and inclusive workplace? Should I not be competitive vis-a-vis you because you just so happen to be a person with disability? Or does this signify that maybe I shouldn't say anything to someone or about someone who just happens to be gay? I think we should talk about something else. You, as an employee, must be trained and educated. You have to know how to work with and accept someone who in your eyes might be perceived as different. This is not something that you can impose. You have to train and educate people to get there. And this training, this education must start at an early age. And therefore, in the notion of culture, we must integrate the notion of otherness, diversity. This is something you should do as a working person. But then again, the organization has a role to play, the business has a role to play, and the legislation has a role to play. The business, the organization, on the one hand, has to be open and receptive to the notion of otherness and diversity. So the organization, the business, should not set forth criteria that will identify or point to the special features that distinguish different citizens, but we have to be adjustable. So the organization has to make steps in order for the daily life in the workplace of a different citizen to be made easy. Let's not talk about discrimination. I'm not talking about positive discrimination either, but people have to be offered the same opportunities to join one organization. And then the legislation must afford us scope. It must create the right context and the framework that will support and help such flexible adjustments. I'm not talking about giving quotas or promoting others over the rest. I'm talking about positive feedback, not by exercising pressure, but I'm talking about a general framework for positive feedback, and that must happen step by step. It must begin as of the day, the first day when a person joins a well-structured social reality, until the day when the person stops working. A very good friend of mine just so happens to be a user of a wheelchair. She's a graphic designer. Now, her work, as you probably realize, does not call for her working physically in the workspace. She's working remotely. She and her employer have agreed this is what she's going to do. She's working from home, but she is missing out, and the employer is also missing out on a lot of positive stuff that you could benefit from when you are physically in the workplace, where you are creative, you're being creative, there's interaction, and there are more things that benefit both parties. So technology is necessary, but we don't just want technology as such. We want technology that allows the involvement, the active involvement of everyone in all instances. Mrs. Papanikolaou, PricewaterhouseCoopers, a lot of people everywhere. Accessibility and inclusiveness, what does it mean for your staff? You have facilities, I think you have a very beautiful building, you have accessibility, I guess. What else? PwC, but not just PwC, because I represent services provided to our customers when it comes to an inclusive workplace. It is important for us to work together, all of us together, to achieve accessibility and inclusiveness that is obvious and even unseen. Mr. Sketsos referred to that. We often talk about challenges, upcoming challenges, the current demographic challenge. We often concern ourselves with what to do because people can't find talented people. Enterprises can't find talented people. You see, talent is out there, but sometimes organizations are not ready to usher in that talent because they have a certain take on things. They have a certain mentality vis-a-vis who is right for which position, who's the right leader, whether you have someone who's using a wheelchair and whether this person should be working from a distance or come to the physical premises, what it means to be gay. You mentioned that, and why someone should state forthcomingly that they are or not. And what happens when you have children? What does it signify to have a new leader in a team? So it's not just about the seen reality or diversity, it's the unseen diversity that matters too. It's all about the new challenges that we're up against. diversity in our perspective, a different take on how we think things or about things, and the diversity that new people usher in an organization. We have to learn, and sometimes we need to unlearn what a specific social sphere has taught us, and maybe a family has taught us, or a school has taught us. So we're learning things, and we need to unlearn a few things that is pertinent to the old norms. I am white, I'm straight, I'm a Christian, I'm fully bodied, I'm a man or a woman. So I'm a woman, I should opt for this and that profession. I'm a man, so I should opt for this and that profession. We need to reconsider all of this. We need to look into this yet again. We as companies, we as organizations, we're also personally, as an organization, we're looking at things again. And it's a matter of thinking in a different way and encompassing the various points of view, because a new employee could give us a new take on things. I left you for last because I instinctively think you're dealing with the toughest thing. In reality, we lent an ear to what the state had to say, generally speaking, so we had a look at that. We've also heard the point of view of well-structured and quite resourceful organizations, what they think, and how things can change gradually. Now, you stand for all those people, freelancers, self-employed people, offices, various sizes of businesses. Should we retrain ourselves? Should Mr. Protopsaltis re-educate us about this and all those notions that we had been taught about when we were children, before we even joined the labor market? In reality, we have these perceptions. We've had them since we were children, but surveys have shown that we tend to lose these gradually, and that's where stereotypes come in, which is why it is very important for us to underscore the significance of emotional intelligence, receptiveness to new experiences, adjustability, flexibility, team spirit, facilitating the integration of teams and teamwork. I have just come from a meeting that we had at the level of the Hellenic Parliament, the Gender Equity Committee, convened on the occasion of World Women's Day on the 8th of March. We had this meeting and we talked about further facilitating the accession of women in the economy and entrepreneurship. We are taking stock of the unemployment rate. Unemployment is dropping indeed, but women's unemployment is still high. And respectively, the accession of women in new enterprises, or them establishing new enterprises, it's not really happening fast. It's not a matter of equal rights or equal opportunities. I'm talking about startups and women. So our country, Greece, has to be flexible and support growth. EVEA, the Athens Chamber of Commerce and Industry, holds regularly various events to that end. This month, we are conducting, in collaboration with Microsoft, a big survey on the subject of women and the workplace. Our objective is to train women. First, there's going to be a pilot training scheme for women who are unemployed and they are over 45 years of age. We will be retraining them, or rather training them, in order for them to get digital skills, and there will be coaching sessions offered to them in order for them to eventually join the labor market. At the same point in time, we will be facilitating the upskilling and reskilling of unemployed women in sectors and fields such as green energy, new technologies, and the financial sector. These are the fields in which women are currently underrepresented, and we will be offering them stages or apprenticeships to eventually have more women work in these fields in the labor market. Earlier on, Mr. Patsakas, we were talking about this, and I made a mental note of that. Mrs. Dandolo is talking about new technologies and women's unemployment, and they're lagging behind. You are the most contemporary thing there is, and you're fresh off in the market of Greece. What about the rates? How many women do you have? I'm talking about the total number of employees. And how do you tackle these Are you looking into that?
Of course, it is one of our concerns. As I said, also both in recruiting, also in order to bring in women in managerial positions, not only women, but other formerly underrepresented groups. As Amazon Web Services, we have undertaken a number of initiatives, and in the framework of the memorandum that we have signed with DIPA, there are many issues, no limitations, neither age limitations or point of somebody's career. Since the beginning of the year, we have trained 1,000 people as for cloud practitioners, unemployed persons 18 to 60 years old with valuable skills. Another program with another 1,000 unemployed persons will be provided through training providers who will then undertake to place them in jobs after that, and they will only be paid as soon as these people have a job. So we start from very young ages. We have the AWS Get IT. We have trained more than 1,500 students or other pupils between 11 and 14 years old. And focusing on girls, we want to encourage girls to follow this kind of education, STEM education. And these programs have been designed by specialists, and they intrigue the children to think in an entrepreneurial manner and to collaborate with them. Last year, the winning team of Greece won the European contest as well, and through the Restart program and in collaboration with DIPA, we open up these programs and focus on autistic individuals of medium and high level of functionality. And we do all this because we believe that this is going to be very helpful. Thank you very much for opening your programs to other groups of people. But before we leave women, my issue is that the position of women, not only the percentage of working women, but the position of women in a company. All three ladies here are leaders in their respective fields. But I would like to ask both Ms. Efremoglu and Ms. Dantoglou, how have you reached that level? Because of your personality or because of your skills? It's a combination of factors, both skills, the attitude, the vision, the soft skills that women have, family environment, and of course support by men. If there is no support provided by the family or by one's professional environment, these things are difficult. Ms. Dantoglou, I agree. The foundations are very important. Family, education, basic education, any other education subsequently. I would also add the adaptability, as mentioned earlier. We did not call it that. I'm a civil engineer. Mr. Niarchos, the minister, said that in 20 years' time he has changed 9 jobs in 20 years. I have changed 11. I think that what is important is that irrespective of how we start, the opportunities around us are dramatically different from the ones we knew in the past, and the change will continue to happen at a much faster pace. Generation Z looks at things very, very differently, and it will be great for the adjustability and adaptability will be crucial for the future. So the European Commission, through the European Social Fund and all the things we heard earlier, they insist on the manner for lifelong learning. This is not a slogan, this is a need so that we can be more competent in today's world, in the present. I heard something that shocked me. Our objective for Europe is that by 2030, 60% of adults between 20 up to 60, between the ages of 20 and 64 years old, to be in training every year. And for Greece, our commitment for 2030 is 40% of the adults. So we cannot lose, of course. This is a luxury if you allow yourself to lose women or any other social groups. Ms. Papanikolaou, just let me add that quotas help and absolutely necessary until we reach the required level. Here in Greece, this is mostly used for gender purposes, equality of genders, but in other countries, they also have quotas for different origins. We will transpose the recent directive for the board of directors company. We have 25% now. It will go up to 40. So I would like to underline the importance of this quota up until we reach this level ourselves. So, Ms. Papanikolaou, you can add something about women, but my question is a bit provocative. A simple question. I am a businessman. I only think of my profits and my savings. How can I save costs? So, can you explain how I will achieve this by providing accessibility in my company? I will be also provoking you and ask you and say something concerning the previous issue. It is time for us to stop asking women how did they manage, because this creates this suspicion. Why don't we ask men how they made it? And why do we only ask women? So it should be it's time for us to move away. How does somebody with disability can manage, a woman can manage, somebody who has a different color of skin than we are, or somebody who was a former prisoner, etc., etc. People should be allowed to proceed. It's important for us to stop looking at the genders, the two genders, as something that women are struggling to achieve. Now, coming to your question about businessmen, there is no question. One does not go against the other. Accessibility, inclusion, attract talent is not important. Talent is what I want in my company. It shouldn't concern me who brings the skills and the talent to my company, if they bring me the skills that I need. So it is only to my benefit. In this manner, I can find talent and skills at every age, every level, every gender, every origin, functionality or limited functionality. This is the only thing that will allow me to get the skills I need. Of course, we're not there yet. It's difficult. Let's be realistic. But at the end of the day, this is how people should think about it, and we should not just discuss studies saying that tolerance or the multiculturalism brings wealth to the company, etc. No, each company is different, and there is lack of talent, lack of labor force. So let's make the pool larger. Let's collaborate with those who can bring us more talent. Let's get to know how people can be retrained, and I believe that things will go better, even for businessmen. Mr. Kibouropoulos, Ms. Papanikolaou mentioned the word talent twice. So the answer is talent. The criterion should be talent. Do you see more talent? Do you see a different use of a talent? Is there something that I should know, that you should tell to me as an entrepreneur? We started this discussion. We only allow it 30 minutes. This is an issue that merits to become the topic of an event. And we also heard about enlargement of the skills pool and those who can provide us with a specific skill that we have not thought about. I will give you two examples. There was this girl living in another country suffering from achondroplasia, which means that she was not tall enough. She wanted to become a doctor. She did become a doctor. And she wanted to become a surgeon. She was not allowed to become a surgeon because she could not reach the operating table. But she believed in it and she wanted it. There was a school in the States that allowed her to become a surgeon, and with her hands she will be able to operate her other people who have her own height, who are as tall as she is. So we, society, should also look at how we tolerate differences. Only a person with disability is worth of being a member of the European Parliament. I don't believe that it is only Stavros Kibouropoulos who is worth of becoming a member of the European Parliament. We are 12% of the world population. Is it only Stavros Kibouropoulos who should be member of the European Parliament? No. But how many have we sent? So we need to change the way that we understand talent. We need to provide zero discrimination policies, and the Charter of the Right of People with Disabilities provides for equality at work. If this is not implemented, then this will remain a dead word in United Nations Organization legislation and an EU legislation. So what do we do? That is why all of us need to believe right from an early stage, along with the soft skills, to believe in the unique potential and the ability that every one of us has in the appropriate environment. Thank you.
Υπέροχα, σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much. It's great that within such a short period of time you managed to say so many things. We are going to take a 10-minute break. please be so kind as to be back in 10 minutes, not more. And we're going to continue with a panel discussion with Mr. Hatzidakis, Ms. Michailidou, and the representative of the European Commission. Please be so kind as to be back.
2023 είναι η πρωτοβουλία της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής που δίνει νέα όθηση στη διαβίου μάθηση, ενδυναμώνοντας άτομα και επιχειρήσεις να συμβάλλουν στην πράσινη και ψηφιακή μετάβαση, υποστηρίζοντας την καινοτομία και την ανταγωνιστικότητα. Στηρίζει τις επιχειρήσεις να αντιμετωπίσουν τις ελλείψεις δεξιοτήτων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Προωθεί την νοοτροπία επαναξιοποίησης και αναβάθμισης δεξιοτήτων, βοηθώντας τους ανθρώπους να αποκτήσουν τις σωστές δεξιότητες για ποιοτικές θέσεις εργασίας.
Education is not just a preparation for life, but education becomes a way of life. And this is what our European Year of Skills is all about. Whether you're starting out in your career, are midway through it, or you're nearing the end, investing in training is not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do.
Στην Ελλάδα είναι σημαντικό να λύσουμε το πρόβλημα αναντιστοιχίας μεταξύ των δεξιοτήτων που έχουν οι άνεργοι και των δεξιοτήτων που αναζητούν οι επιχειρήσεις. Να ανέβουμε από την 25η θέση μεταξύ των 27 κρατών μελών της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης στον δείκτη ψηφιακής οικονομίας και κοινωνίας DESI. Να ανταποκριθούμε στους στόχους που έχει θέσει η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση στο πλαίσιο της στρατηγικής Ευρώπη 2030. Να ανταποκριθούμε στους στόχους της ψηφιακής πυξίδας 2030. Υλοποιεί το μεγαλύτερο πρόγραμμα κατάρτισης που έχει γίνει ποτέ με πόρους από το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας. Ήδη μέσα σε ένα χρόνο, η ΔΥΠΑ έχει χρηματοδοτήσει την κατάρτιση και επιστοποίηση 220.000 πολιτών. Συνεργάζεται με κορυφαίες παγκοσμίως εταιρείες τεχνολογίας και εκπαίδευσης Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Cisco, Coursera, Huawei. Συμμετείχε στην χάραξη εθνικής στρατηγικής δεξιοτήτων, διάγνωση αναγκών αγοράς εργασίας, πρόβλεψη αναγκών για το μέλλον, αξιοποίηση και προσαρμογή δράσεων συνεχιζόμενης επαγγελματικής κατάρτισης. Συμμετείχε στη δημιουργία Εθνικού Συμβουλίου Δεξιοτήτων, κατάρτιση της Εθνικής Στρατηγικής Δεξιοτήτων, παρακολούθηση εφαρμογής, υποβολή εισηγήσεων για χάραξη πολιτικών. Και επίσης λειτουργεί 50 επαγγελματικές σχολές, ΕΠΑΣ, μαθητείας και 30 Ινστιτούτα Επαγγελματικής Κατάρτισης, ΙΕΚ, σε όλη την Ελλάδα. Αναβαθμίζει τα προγράμματα σπουδών και τα εργαστήρια. Σχεδιάζει την κτηριακή και ενεργειακή αναβάθμιση των σχολών. Ίδρυσε νέες πειραματικές ΕΠΑΣ για ειδικότητες στον τομέα του τουρισμού. Υλοποιεί ειδικά προγράμματα κατάρτισης σε όλη την Ελλάδα για ειδικές ομάδες του πληθυσμού που αντιμετωπίζουν δυσκολίες στο να μπουν στην αγορά εργασίας. Ευρωπαϊκό Έτος Δεξιοτήτων. Δημόσια Υπηρεσία Απασχόλησης. Για τις δεξιότητες που δημιουργούν το αύριο για εργαζόμενους και επιχειρήσεις.
Ο Γιάννης φοβήθηκε. Τέλεια. Ο Γιάννης φοβήθηκε. Γιατί το μανάζαρες εσύ. Λοιπόν, τα ιατρικά.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hand.
Καλωσορίσουμε για άλλη μια φορά. Να ευχαριστήσουμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you once again. Let us thank you once again for attending this event. We would like to thank the organizing committee, the governor of DIPA and Mr. Papastergiou, who are here. It's an honor and a pleasure for the next 20 minutes to be in the presence of three important guests. I know we're pressed for time. There will be 2 rounds of questions. We will be discussing the skills for a new economy. It's an honor and pleasure to be with the Minister of Economy and Finance, former Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, Mr. Kostis Hatzidakis, as well as Mrs. Domna Michailidou, Minister of Labour and Social Security. And it's a great pleasure to have Manuela Geleng with us, who in essence represents jobs and skills, a field which is important for the European Union. Let me simply state your role, or rather I did in a nutshell. Thank you, and let's kick off. Minister, starting with you, and I know it's a breach of etiquette, I should have given the floor to the ladies first, but in order for us to have this introduction, you are the best equipped person to discuss. We are talking about skills for a new economy. What sort of new economy do you want to have? What economy should we be wishing for in view of tomorrow? In which sectors? How fast and which people? To begin with, let me thank you for exerting an invitation for me to participate in this DIPA event. Let me also thank the governor and the deputy governor. I will denounce the governor because these seats are not comfortable. I had an operation last week, so get well soon, dear Minister. And of course, fast convalescence. And you know, this was laparoscopic, and I have this. I had my gallbladder removed. This is an uncomfortable chair, and this is another reason why I should rush. And I'll be brief. Now, I'll be epigrammatic. First, the human capital is of capital importance. It's clear. Whenever and wherever you don't have high-level human resources, you're embarking on a vicious circle of low growth and low wages and salaries and very low prospects. Therefore, it really matters to invest in the human capital. That's one. 2, digital skills matter greatly. Please pay attention to this. I'm not referring to digital skills for IT engineers, developers, or anyone who wants to work in the field of ICT. Let's be honest, they either have digital skills or they will acquire them because they know they have to have digital skills, so they're going to get them. I'm actually referring to the rest of us, every one of us, because even a simple artisan and a handyman, the average handyman, the way things are today, needs to have digital skills, which is why, after all, we have this huge program that we're rolling out through DIPA to enforce digital skills. And the third things we have to always remember, I know this is a cliche, but it's true. You see, our world is changing, and therefore, no single skill, no matter how we look at it, thinking of it as a contemporary skill, no single skill will be useful in a few years' time, not many years from now, a few. So the old concept of getting a university degree and counting on it for the rest of your life, well, this is unpleasant to hear, but it's no longer true. When we are working in the field of politics, we can't just be pleasant and nice to others. So let's be honest about this. One degree should not suffice, does not suffice. So if we want Greece to do what it needs to do in order to embark in a new era in terms of our national economy, it no longer suffices to have lower taxes. They are low as is. Lower social contribution fees. They're already lower. It's not just about having a new labor law. We adopted one. Just keep it quiet in the back, says Ms. Nikolisiou, because this is being filled. So taxation-wise, social contribution and security-wise, we've proceeded with reforms. We have a contemporary law on labor and work, but we have to place particular emphasis on the human resources. That's the human capital and skills, digital skills thereof. But it's also important to emphasize the need for lifelong training and education, because lifelong education and training is one fundamental feature of our ventures and efforts. Thank you, Minister. Let me now give the floor to Ms. Michailidou, who is the Minister of Labour and social security. I didn't have a specific question in mind, but I guess that when someone takes charge of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, this someone will think about the social security system, the demographic issue, what to do, what can be done. And at a certain point in time, I guess you take stock of how many and how much human resources you have and what sort of manpower you have and what these people can do in this new economy. So what's your first impression? This is a tough framework, a tough context. I was lucky, says Ms. Michailidou. This is not the first time for me because, you see, I've served as a deputy minister at the same ministry and my master, my chief, was the best. So what I see is the former minister. He was there, he carried out reforms, he made reforms happen. So one way or the other, he put the house in order and we have seen the outcomes of this previous work. Also on the basis of the pensions that were given faster at the time of Mr. Hatzidakis and afterwards because of his reforms. As we speak, we at the Ministry of Labour and Social Security are continuing our work. We are faced with a huge paradox, if I may put it in such terms. You see, on the one hand, we have a very low unemployment rate in Greece now. It's single digit by now. And at the same point in time, it's very difficult for us to find in specific sectors and fields the right people that are needed for the labour market to work. And at the same point in time, we have these robust and generous European funds that are coming to us in order to have reskilling and upskilling. And now, at this point, we are faced with a huge load of responsibility, and to a great extent, DIPA is doing most of the work because there's a tripartite approach, and I'll explain why. DIPA is here to provide responses to the questions. And the question is, what can you possibly do when you don't have enough people to join the workplace, we don't have enough people to fill in the posts that are there, and what you can do when you need more skills, specifically skilled workforce. I mean, the workforce, it's a key work in order to have growth and development for the labour market and eventually growth and development and extroversion for a new economy. We are doing that in the framework of RRF funds and the new NSRF. And especially as concerns human resources, things are looking up because we're getting more and more generous funds. Having said that, what's our purpose? And it's not just about our goal, it's been translated into a number of actions and activities that are multiplying. And of course, there's always more and better to come. So our objective is to build a three-pronged approach about consultation, training, and employment. And we will have a more personalized approach as a result thereof in order to take unemployed people or working people one by one, and people who have left the workforce and they want to rejoin the labour market. And we will be opting for, or rather we will be taking stock of the specificities. Is this a person with disabilities? Is this a woman? Is this someone who's a senior citizen? We will be taking stock of the demographics and the special features thereof, because you have different age groups and different demographic groups, some of which are not being absorbed by the market as much as men who are 25 to 45. Please be brief, says Ms. Nikoltsiou, and Ms. Michailidou says we have to respond or find ways to solve the problem of finding the right people from the right demographic group.
English to help you instead of using the headphones. So, Mrs. Gelling, the European Year of Skills is coming to an end. I believe I know the answer, but still I need your data. During the rollout, what skills have emerged as being the most important to invest now to prepare for our future?
Well, I think, first of all, very happy to be here. Thank you for this invitation, and thank you for putting skills at the forefront. Because indeed, as the Minister was already saying before, in Europe, we don't have raw materials. So our competitiveness is really based on our skills, our minds, what we can produce with our creativity and innovation. So during the year, lots of type of skills were discussed. Of course, digital has come really to the forefront. Digital is important as itself. when we see artificial intelligence coming to the fore, but also as an intrinsic element also for the green transition, because green transition also requires digital skills. And when we speak about artificial intelligence, of course, we don't just need digital skills or AI skills, but also those skills that complement AI, namely those human skills that AI cannot produce, which is critical thinking, reasoning, logical reasoning, and so on. I would also say that during this year, the importance of vocational education and training skills came to the fore, because they are those skills that really match so well what the business needs are with the skills that are needed. So people come out of their training, and I was so happy to see here young people preparing for that, for their future careers, because I think also if we look at the different skills type, in the green transition, the bulk of the jobs of the future will be vocational education and training jobs. So this is one more reason why we should really push for the development of vocational education and training.
Συνεχίζουμε ένα δεύτερο κύκλο ερωτήσεων με τον Υπουργό και θα ήθελα λίγο να επικαιροποιήσω το ερώτημα.
So we go on with the second round of questions with the Minister. Let me update my question. The priorities with the state-owned or non-state-owned universities, the free education, etc. And many say that the issue is not whether the education is provided by state or non-state actors, but whether the education establishments are open to the requirements of the labor market, how to prepare people for the labor market. So I would like to hear from you, Minister, is the Greek labor market ready to provide for the needs of the new labor market? We clearly need in our educational system, in the wider sense of the word, many more options. Therefore, non-state-owned university can only play a positive role. But I think that the discussion should not only be limited at this level, state or non-state university, because this is a non-university-centric debate. I would say that we should be focusing on the other levels of education. But that's where we start, maybe. Okay, I would like to discuss the issue of training and of skills. As Domna rightly said earlier, and I'm sure she is going to do an excellent job in the Ministry of Labor, our unemployment, although lower, is still at a level of 9–10%. There are people who cannot find, and people tell us I cannot find enough employees, people to work for me. Why? The thing is that we Europeans are not willing to do some jobs, or salaries need to rise. Employers complain, but that's how the market and the labor market functions. When unemployment drops, then this is to the benefit of the workforce. We have the benefits where we have done lots of things with a law, back to work, so as to not to make these benefits a way to avoid working, but we have the so-called skills matching, which is at the very center of today's debate. Things can be done there. Haven't we done anything? Yes, of course we have, with the same law, the law back to work, but where we try to look at the issue of skills on behalf of the Ministry of Labor, that is, and to coordinate ourselves with the Ministry of Education, which is making an effort, I must say, as regards the vocational and technical training in the these recent years. Work that has to be coordinated with what is happening and will happen in the Ministry of Labor. So that law brought about a new point of view, a new philosophy, payments by results. We pay depending on the results, both the training providers as well as those who receive the training, the trainees. We don't want people who pretend to be training and people pretending to be trained, because this goes against on the basis of a simple benefit, that is, as was the case in the past, and the people were not even present during the training. That is correct, yes. So, have we implemented our vision or my vision at the time? I will think loudly. No, we have not reached that point yet. We're not there yet, and I have told Domna also in private, we need to focus and invest in certification. As far as training is concerned, we have also allowed the state-owned universities to participate. Of course, unfortunately, they are the least important player, because the owners of the private centers are still dominating. Congratulations to them, but we have made it possible for state-owned universities to proceed. They have not proceeded in the required pace, but what we need to be careful with is to close the back door of the certification. If this is done, is achieved, and we are able to provide proper certification, then we will have proper training. If somebody comes here to certify and tells us that Mr. Fourlis is an able technician, skilled technician, but Mr. Fourlis has no idea, he is the holder of a certificate that is no use to anybody. So this charade has to stop, and I'm sure that the new minister and the DIPA management will manage to achieve all that. Thank you. I remember something from one of your trips to Israel for the wrong reason, but what I remember is that 11% of the workforce in Israel works in Israel, and 8 unicorns in 2023. And these are the people who have earned more than 1 billion. You talked to girls and boys who are serving the military service, who told you that we all study technology, no lawyers, no doctors. And that is how the miracle of Israel was built. Ms. Michailidou, can we dream of such a miracle in Greece? Doctors and lawyers, yes, there is an ideological agreement with the minister. We cannot bring a rabbit out of our hat, and we cannot turn black into white. Each country has its comparative advantage, and everything is related to the situation of a country and its geopolitical position. So what do we need? We need to increase our comparative advantages or advantage. I take on from what Mr. Hatzidakis said earlier. When we talk about technological intensity, this is not necessarily the miracle of Israel or the specialization in technology. Electrical engineers, graduate of the Athens Technical University. No, there are different factors that at play here. There is a social contract that we all have to be part of concerning flexibility. What is a skill and how can we use it? For all of us to have tech skills, starting from high school graduates who go on to study whatever, even they want to become a lawyer, but they should know how to use computer skills. Yes, of course, this is necessary for all, but what I mean, the term generation today has a much shorter duration than the time when I was growing up. And even when I was growing up, I'm 36 years old, I have 4 degrees regarding economic crisis, and I use none of them when in what I'm doing now, nor have I used them when I did where I was working in the past. I have never used it. The only way that this has been useful to me is that I have benefit from soft skills in investment thinking, in critical thinking, etc. And I have used those skills in wherever it was necessary, working with different institutions in homes, etc. Yes, how can I understand certification better? But the social contract of our flexibility and the fact that there are 3 rejections and somebody is kicked out of the register when they refuse 3 individual offers, then this is something that we have to rethink. We need to understand what are the skills that everyone believes they have and how can this be matched with the job offerings. So 36 years old, you just turned 36 a few days ago.
Really want to take part in these programs. How can we encourage them, force them, or persuade them to take part in these programs?
Well, it's true that adults have some difficulty in going again into training. And it's true also that, as was said many times this morning, you will go through different jobs in your life, so definitely you will need different skills when you will go through these different jobs. One idea that also Greece is implementing now is the one of individual learning accounts, an idea that has been now taken up also by several member states. And the basic idea there is the one that if you don't feel forced to train, but if you have the choice to train and you are given the means, you will feel more motivated, you will feel more empowered to do training. Because it's true that many people think that training is very important, and this is what we see in the surveys, but when we ask them, will you train? No. We look at how many people, adults, train in Europe, and the figures are very low compared to our competitors, US, Canada, Japan. So clearly we need to be much more on the training side. Also, the demographics doesn't help, so we have to do our utmost to make sure that the young people have the right skills, but we also need to make sure that those that are in the workforce have the right skills during their working career. And let's not forget that every year there are 1 million people leaving the workforce up to 2030 because Europe is shrinking. So we need really the potential of everyone in the workforce.
Okay. We have a last round for 1 minute for each. So, Mrs. Gelling, I'm coming straight to you. I wanted to ask you to comment on what Mrs. Michailidou just said before you took the speech. So, you mentioned the individuals. Mrs. Michailidou also said that, listen, talking about skills, it's not only about degrees, it's not only about what my university or anybody else has given to me. It is, after all, skills that I have developed myself independently. Does this count?
well, it should count. That's my answer, and I very much agree, because I think traditionally we have been thinking about qualifications, and qualification remained important. We see now the surge of micro-credentials are also very important, because short training courses should be certified so that the employer knows what the person knows.
Λίγο ησυχία παρακαλώ, και στην είσοδο, γιατί περνάει ο ήχος. Ευχαριστώ.
So that the employer knows what the skills of the person are, and then the person has the effort recognized by a certification. But I think a skills-first approach is also very important, in the sense that if it's not a regulated profession, let's say doctor or nurses that are regulated in Europe, what companies need are that the people have the skills that are required for doing that job. So by looking at the skills that the workforce has, we can enlarge the pool and get to people that normally would not be on the labor market, because they don't have the qualification, but they do have the skills.
Κυρία Μιχαλίδου, Υπουργέ, όπως ίσως γνωρίζετε, έχω ένα γιο.
As you probably know, Madam Minister, I have an 18-year-old son. He's taking the entry exam for the technical university. It's difficult to get in. What do you tell a young person who wishes to join the labor market and who wants to have good foundations? What's the significance of skills vis-a-vis 18-year-olds? You talked about a combination of a degree with soft skills. This is my favorite school, the technical university. Especially technical university graduates, engineers, I always envied them. They have input, they have good brains. But the most important thing is for us to understand, whether we are regulators of the market or not, that you can get a degree from engineering and then maybe you'll move to the banking sector. Maybe you'll get a degree in history and then again you'll move to the banking sector. It's the same sector. You have to be flexible. Flexibility must be there in the labor market, and it should be on both sides. 20 years ago, Greece was lagging behind. In the meantime, we made leaps and bounds ourselves. But in order for us to combat this situation where you have 9-10% unemployment today, then you have to make more leaps and bounds and go deeper and faster. Leaps and bounds must be made in lifelong education and training, and also accreditation and certification of skills. You have to have some sort of signaling that is meaningful to the labor market and the employers. Today, as we speak, we are funding and financing, along with the EU, education, vocational education and training. We are funding and financing the trainees, the people who are getting certificates. We are also funding and financing or subsidizing the company who's going to hire these people. But then this is not working 100%, so there's a lot to do for us all. Thank you very much. I liked what you just said. You mentioned the universities, the combination. I mean, you said that you have a history degree and still you're moving to the banking sector. So here's my question to Mr. Hatzidakis. Mr. Hatzidakis, I have a question about the Ministry of Education. Because after everything we've said so far, I have this query. Maybe the big question nowadays is not about allowing private universities to establish themselves in Greece, but maybe the true question is about having market-oriented universities operate. Do we have them or not? Mr. Hatzidakis, the main takeaway, the main message is that there are no results, no outcomes without making an effort, and this applies both to the private and the public sector. We are still paying for the 1980s, and it cost us dearly. Back in the 1980s, essentially, people endorsed the belief that somebody owes us. I mean, God owes us. So just lay back and everything will work out for you. This is the kind of mentality we need to get rid of. In the private sector, after all, you can't go anywhere with this approach. But also in the public sector, we as a government, our administration is trying hard to change the private sector and its mentality. So we are trying to make it more effective, more efficient, and faster too. So young people, as they embark upon a career, they need to be aware of the fact that they will be working within the context of an ever-changing economy, an economy which will be really demanding, highly demanding. So young people today must teach themselves how they will learn more things as they go. And on the one hand, you have the public education system that needs to upgrade itself. It has to work better. On the other hand, you have vocational training and education, which for decades on end was thought as unimportant or secondary to the main system. They thought of it as a second-grade type of education. Now we need to reconsider that. When I was Minister of Labour, my Swiss peer told us that 70% of Swiss youth today undertakes apprenticeships. They opt for technical vocational education and training. It's thought of as a curse here in Greece. Now, I'm going back to DIPA now and education and training there. We have to see vocational training as something which is serious. We have to understand the vocational educational and training is a fundamental tool for us throughout our lives. And as I highlighted before, let's stop pretending, at least some are pretending that they're being trained and others are pretending to train them. So we have to put an end to such phenomena. And the work of us all, the duty of us all, including the Ministry of Labour, is to make sure that everybody understands it somehow, some way. Thank you very much. Thank you for asking Ms. Michailidou to play a few more roles. Thank you very much to all three of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we made you a bit wiser. Please don't go. Please stay where you are. Let's let this panel go, and we will promptly start a discussion with the next panel. So let's have 1 minute for the photos to be taken, and then we will resume our discussions promptly with the next panel.
Θα φιληθείτε, θα αγκαλιαστείτε μετά. Καλά, ζηλεύουμε τώρα. Θέλουμε κι εμείς. Αντώνη, πάμε.
We are envious too. Andonis and I will join you for the photo. Mr. Fourlis.
Ξαναγυρίστε από εδώ.
Είσαι που σε 2 μετρικές.
Θα κατέβω. Ελάτε, κύριε Φουρλή. Κύριε Χατζηδάκη, εδώ στη μέση. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Καλοί συνάδελφοι. Να είστε καλά. Ευχαριστούμε. Τώρα θα σας καλέσει ο κύριος Φουρλής. Ελάτε.
Παίζοντας το ρόλο του χρονομέτρη, προαναγγέλω το αμέσως επόμενο πάνελ που θα...
Let us give the floor to the next panel. Mrs. Nichols, you will be the moderator thereof, and the subject matter is a digital agenda for social transformation. And please be so kind as to join her on stage. I'm inviting Mr. Adonis Georgiadis, Minister of Health.
Και ως πρώην Υπουργός Εργασίας έχει...
Mr. Georgiadis is former Minister of Labour too. Dimitrios Papasterikiou is here, the Minister of Digital Governance.
Στη δεύτερη θέση.
Η κυρία Ιωάννα Χορμόβα.
Mrs. Ioanna Hormova, Deputy Governor, Greek Public Employment Service, or DIPA. Mrs. Gianna Andronopoulou, General Manager, Microsoft Greece, Cyprus, and Malta. And Panagiotis Petrakis, Professor Emeritus at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. Thank you very much, Mr. Fourlis. I have to avow that my task is very tough, not because of the questions, but because we are pressed for time. I have to juggle this within 20 minutes, meaning that we're going to have 2 rounds of questions and we will be as brief as possible, 2 minutes tops for each statement or response on your part. Mr. Georgiadis, Minister, I'll start with you. You have served as Minister of Labour too. And currently, you are in charge of the Ministry of Health. In your opinion, since we're talking about the digital agenda for social transformation, is there such an agenda, and to what extent can it be helpful given the circumstances that we're faced with? We are going through a social transformation, after all. Mr. Georgiadis, before I say anything, and since Mr. Hatzidakis, the Minister of Economy and Finance, is going, I'd say that he ought to be thanked. The Ministry of Health is great, or rather, the minister was operated on last week. You see, he's looking great, he's in shape, so let's come in and congratulate the state of play for the Ministry of Health. So, we are friends after all. Since I'm Minister of Health, allow me to say that although I was Minister of Labour for 6 months, these were 6 productive and edifying months. The experience was great for me, and I'd like to thank those who worked with me within the confines of the Ministry of Labour. And now, on behalf of the Ministry of Health, let me give you a response promptly. Of course, when it comes to health and healthcare, the digital transformation as such is a critical point. I'm very, very fortunate in my capacity as a minister, and I'm next to another peer, Minister of Digital Governance. We work closely together through IDICA. We are rolling out the biggest program to overhaul digital health services in Greece, and so eventually we are going to have the individual patient files. This will be digital records, and once they're up and running and available, then we are going to see a total change in the ways in which we deal with healthcare services in Greece. And this is also going to change the speed at which we are being cured or treated by the physicians. And this is just a chunk of the digital transformation of the healthcare sector. A decision was made today. Let me share that with you, and it's pertinent to all the subject matters we're tackling today. I talked to the National Transplantation Organization President and Mr. Themistokleous, the Deputy Minister of Health, to work together. I instructed the two to work together in order for us to proceed with the creation of an application. And through gov.gr, we will be sending an SMS message to all the citizens of Greece, thus asking each and every one of them whether they would become donors and organ donors, and those who will say yes, they will instantaneously be downloading the app, and they will get a digital donor's card. No longer paper. It will be paperless, and it will be on their phone for everyone to know that this is a donor. You remember that there was a problem with the consent previously, and this is not really working, or it didn't in Greece. So I think it's a shame for Greece to be down at the bottom of the list in terms of donations of organs within the confines of the European Union, and we are way low compared to Turkey, for instance. So let's brief people, let's inform people. That's why I'm asking my peer, the minister, to help us do that, Mr. Papasteriou, so we can fully change the image of and the landscape of transplants. We can do so much through a digital transformation. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the brief and succinct reply of yours. And now, Mr. Papasteriou, dear Minister, you are handling a challenging ministry because we are talking about digital transformation. The digital agenda, is it moving fast? How fast is it going? And what sort of pace can you move with? Many tend to say that what you did so far was self-evident, it worked, you should have done it, or it should have been done years ago. And you yourself were previously the mayor of a very successful, digitally speaking, municipality. So you were early, you were in the avant-garde, you were knowledgeable, you set a good example. Since we're talking about the digital agenda, how fast is it moving? Mr. Papasteriou, to begin with, thank you for inviting me. Indeed, things are moving fast, and that's beautiful too, just as long as it happens in an organized and systematic manner. Let me pick up the example the minister mentioned before. We are not moving without a plan. We have set up a special committee at the ministry. The ministry is the most interesting of all ministries as we speak in terms of big data. So the Ministry of Health knows what the health sector needs. So we are there to help the health ministry take advantage of this and that which we can offer. Let's move together to do things fast and properly. It's important that we change the ways in which we work. After all, this is the instructions that the Prime Minister gave us. We have to work together, and this is what we're doing. Let me also refer to something that was previously mentioned. Is this agenda changing the specialties and the roles and the jobs? Of course, the market is asking for specific specialties. I'd like to thank you for referring to mechanical engineers and engineers in general, because this is my profession. When I graduated from the Technical University, I went back to Trikala. I never expected to become an engineer, and he worked for the radio. If he changes his job or career, then he can have a career in the radio. I did that, that's true. And you have a beautiful voice, it's true. Yeah, let's, unlike me, my voice is not as beautiful. It's the right volume nonetheless. Yours is, Mr. Georgiadis. The most important thing is for the job to be done, and I think Adonis is doing great. Now, over to you. Then I dealt with RES. RES was a hot topic back in the first decade of 2000. It's important to be at the peak of technology. AI is changing the landscape. You have the management and utilization of medical data and what you can do in order to have it benefit everyone. That's why we have the NSRF and the RRF funds. They are affording us a unique opportunity for us to create a new digital Greece. Thank you very much for being so fast and concise. I'd like to give the floor to the representative of DIPA, Mrs. Kormova. I don't have a specific question, but I would like to listen to what you would like to say based on what has been said so far in this day event. Your work is huge, your effort is huge, but I also guess that you need support and a lot of effort needs to be made, and you need synergies and collaboration. So I'm giving you the floor without asking a specific question. Thank you, says Ms. Kormova, so you can share with us your concerns and even your pain. Talk about your pain. Microphone, please, says Ms. Nikoltsiou.
Saying that as regards these two ministers and the previous ones, we have collaborated with them. We cannot express any complaints. It wouldn't have been a contradiction, but we are little by little, we are approaching the end of the event, and since this morning we have listened to many many things about skills, the credentials, the demands, and the need for skills by the labor market. At the beginning of the event, our governor has presented the new initiatives and the new training programs that DIPA is going to present in the immediate future, as well as the list of what has already happened. More than 200,000 people have already been trained in digital and green skills. But your question allows me to say the following. Exactly 28 years ago, in 1996, the European Union has organized the first year of organized training, that is the lifelong learning. 28 years later, we continue to discuss the issue, how we can grow and learn, also including the term of the skills in the discussion. Since this morning, we heard lots of people say that the first thing that needs to change is how we approach development and learning. This is what DIPA is also trying to achieve, both with lifelong learning and also with our schools and the training centers and the EPAL, the vocational training centers and schools. We represent. There are 3 programs which are represented, or rather 4 different programs are represented here today, but we want to have one basic point of reference, horizontal skills, either communication, self-organization, self-presentation, systematic acquisition of knowledge, as well as digital skills, without which we cannot proceed and advance without them. Thank you very much. Now, let me turn to Microsoft. Can you please tell me, over and above the synergies, how does a company like Microsoft look at this? You are deemed to be the guru of skills, of technology. There are 2 or 3 names, among them Microsoft. How close or how far is Greece and Europe as regards what is really necessary on the basis of the experience of Microsoft? You mentioned earlier that the world is changing and changing fast. We all refer to the age of AI. This is not a hype, it's not a trend, it's something that we stay. Can you hear the lady properly? Maybe take the... So, what I wanted to say is that I need to discuss the changes brought about by AI in the way that we live, we think, and live and work. So these are fast changes. Therefore, it is very important for us, first of all, to build our skills much faster than in the past. Secondly, that we need to have an attitude for experimentation and an early adoption. At this point, this is a new technology which we all grow and develop as we learn. But this does not only allow us to decide better and faster or to move and increase our productivity, to lower our costs, to live in a more sustainable manner. But for the first time, we have the ability to solve some of the great issues of humanity. In this morning, I participated in a call with 109 countries, including Israel, and we were discussing how, although Israel has the data of the last 25 years for its citizens, they use this data in order to provide personalized, individualized health care through the data. And there was a CEO with the who explained how AI can help small African farms to grow more sustainably and at a lower cost. Therefore, we have a huge potential in our hands. Is there such a culture in Greece? There is a political will and work is being done. But you, as Microsoft, do you see that we do have this attitude, this culture in Greece? Why am I asking this? Because I have to convince my mother to change her mobile phone and buy one with a camera. Things as simple as that. What do you think about it? Well, especially in Greece and more certainly after the pandemic, we have made steps in digitization. Of course, we have the MyGov organized by the Ministry of Digital Growth. We have had 25,000 interactions within one day. So people are willing to use new technology. There are different rates. The simple user, maybe your mother, and more advanced users who plan the AI systems. And moreover, although there is a culture that we see and new steps have to be made in the AI technology, and although I believe that there's no point in developing a smart system without AI. I see what's happening in the private sector. For us, we, Microsoft, in September, we have 9 companies among different countries in the world and from different sectors, banking, retail, manufacturing, which tested the AI, specifically Copilot. We need much more growth and development. We make a huge effort also with DEPA. We are about to organize an AI program. We have organized the Digital Academy for unemployed persons. Much greater effort is required in order to address the 45-plus age group. We recently had a program with 1,000 places, 50% of which was addressed to women, and the places were covered fast within 1 week. So the thing is that all this training has to be offered as soon as possible. Professor Petrakis and I collaborate and discuss issues in the radio. So I would like to ask him a different question. We discuss AI, skills, reskilling, upskilling, and many other beautiful things. But in Fachidiot is a German term, which means that because you've learned everything so well, you have no critical ability, your imagination doesn't work, and thinking stops because of too much rethinking. So, as a professor, as a teacher, which are the limits to all this? And over-specialization that maybe does not castrate, but destroys critical ability.
Our society and our educational system, we are faced with extreme specialization. We have, productively speaking, a country that doesn't expect too many skills of its people, and that explains to a certain extent the fact that our human resources, the workforce as is, does not have many skills or sufficient skills. But at the same point in time, this is a country where our workforce is not infinite. Forecasts with regard to the next 8 years, and we're going through the golden 4 years, and I describe them as golden because if you compare the past and the future that's coming, this currently is a great 4-year period. The future, for many reasons, will be grey. We can have this discussion some other time, but one of the main reasons why we are talking about a more grey future in terms of scope for growth and development after these 4 years, one of the reasons why we're talking about this is the fact that we don't have enough workforce. We don't have enough. It doesn't suffice. There's a number of reasons why this is happening. One fundamental reason is that we don't have enough people in the workforce that will be able to cope with the ever-changing environment because of technological advances. The technological advances are pressuring the low-skilled people, and that's why they are left outside the market. And that is why, according to our estimates, this group of people will still be out for some time longer. So this is a challenge for the governing power, and this must be solved for the next mandates. In order to overcome the obstacles that the workforce is currently faced with, we have to take advantage in a smart way, in an intelligent way, of the scope that technology offers. And that's what we're doing at the level of our university. And it turns out that the people are not rising to the occasion. You talk to the people about the green transition, the digital transition. They don't get it. They don't understand why or how this will be useful. That's why we opted for a different approach. We use artificial intelligence to invite people to tell us what they want to do. Not what they are asked to do, but what they want to do in their lives. And then with the, if only Microsoft would help us, what are you trying to do? After today's meeting, I hope we will find a way to use Microsoft. We're using ChatGPT, which is the most popular of all as we speak. And by using ChatGPT, we are gauging what people wish to do. It's unbelievable what the sort of answers we're getting. Why is it we are proceeding this way? We are doing that in order for us to make people understand what digital skills are all about, to make people understand that there is a horizontal approach, and what is the most important skill that the market wants. You know, it's for people to be curious, for people to be able to think, to express themselves, to solve problems. And this way we are creating an educational and training curriculum. We are giving it to people. It's working so far because this approach is more understandable for the people. This is the problem. We have to convince people to leave their homes. This is not 500,000. This is 1 million people who are stuck at home. They are not out there in the labor market. We have to get them out and to join the labor market. Great, says Ms. Niarchos. Now let's reverse the order. One last statement from each and every one of you. There's no question. But what about synergies? DIPA is making an effort to facilitate the transition. One last comment, Mr. Petrakis.
Ανάποδα, να το πάμε ανάποδα για να κλείσουμε.
So the reverse order of speakers, apparently, to bring this to a close. I think we are now faced with an experiment in public administration. I have been watching this unfold from various positions for the past 4 years. This is a first. I believe that some of the attendees here today have played a role, and this is unfolding in a rather satisfactory way. The vocational training system is problematic due to problems that surfaced back in the 80s and the 90s. Back then, in order for anyone to proceed with trainings would depend on the facilities. The former problems have been resolved. Now terms and conditions apply, which is why universities are a bit hesitant and reticent vis-a-vis such processes because they come from a different background. But if we insist along those lines, if DIPA insists this way, given its initiative, some will work, others might not, but developments will be much better in the future. The future is tough and it's difficult, but it's worth having a go. Let's have a meeting, you and I, on the radio to discuss what answers you've been getting through your survey. Microsoft, because before I talk about DIPA, let me insist on the fact that it's very important to have trainings introduced from a tender age onwards because the speed of changes is really, really fast. We, as a country, missed out on the previous industrial revolutions. This is our break, just as long as we have talented people and skilled people from a tender age onwards, because it's also about the way we think. It's not just about being knowledgeable, trained. Actually, if we're trained today, that training, that knowledge will be obsolete in a few years' time and will need to be retrained. Now, coming to DIPA, the initiatives thereof are beautiful. Last year, we had a project that encompassed 1,000 people. What we're doing now is even better. We have to make sure it's rolled out as fast as possible and to ensuring we have the wider range possible. Let's insist on technology. You can have a teaching assistant thanks to the use of new technologies today, and that will help education and training, and it will also facilitate the matching of these people who are getting trained now and finding the right post for them. Thank you, DIPA. Remarks, complaints, statements, comments. Earlier on, I didn't discuss synergies because we have two of them with us here. Let's be brief. You have 1 minute. If I could sum up this discussion on the initiatives and not specific programs and projects, I'd briefly say this. First, we believe in quality, and we commit ourselves to better and higher quality in everything we do, because we indeed have trained lots and lots of people, and our projects have been big, but we have to insist more on the quality of trainings and the quality of certification. Second, we need mechanisms to ensure and assure such quality, to guarantee it. And we have to not just be visible, but to be visible to attract that tough part of the population which is still outside the training schemes. It's not being trained, it's not being educated, it's not being reskilled, it's outside the labor market. And this is what artificial intelligence can help us do. Technology can help us approach these people to allow them to transition into the labor market. Mr. Papasteriou, this ministry can get us a divorce with a single signature. It can get us married within the span of a single signature. What is your ministry going to do next? the one click away divorce. Yes, it's true, but skills as such is a big issue for the era of artificial intelligence. Let's not be afraid of this. As is the case with every revolution, pace is fast and uncertainty always led to fear and concerns. This is faster. This is happening today, and it's happening faster because of AI. There will be jobs that will disappear, but new professions are being created as we speak, and being proficient technology-wise is very important because we will need people to build new networks. We will need people to scan billions of documents that will be digitized, and then you will need data analysts. These are not unheard of professions, so let's not think that all of a sudden somebody that doesn't know about technology will instantaneously, automatically be without a work, and we will be there. DIPA obviously can help reskill and upskill professionals, especially reskill certain professionals that will be adjunctively working alongside AI. And of course, one thing is never going to change: empathy and EQ. Let's experience this new world by being equipped, properly equipped. Let's make sure that we are trained and educated. The skills are there. We can work on them. We can use them already. In the year 2024, Word documents and the use of Excel is not enough, so we have to train people further and go deeper. Thank you. Mr. Georgiadis, you will be the last speaker in this panel discussion. DIPA's work is excellent, and I could invite my friends Stavros and Yana over to have healthcare services, skills, certification and education schemes. When I was Minister of Development and we made a deal with Microsoft, we had agreed on 100,000 trainings for digital skills for people working in the SMEs field, because we could see there was a huge void there, a gap. As concerns what Mr. Petrakis said about the missing hands in the market, it's true we don't have enough workforce, and me in my previous capacity, I talked about this, not always in a pleasant manner, before the Hellenic Parliament. This is a problem. It's happening fast, and maybe this is the greatest threat that Greece is faced with in the long run, and it impacts on our prospects for growth and development. I don't know if this is the fourth industrial revolution or something else. To me, it's something else. Maybe it's the fifth, the fourth, sixth, and the seventh together. But this new revolution is creating new circumstances for the labor market. And if we can pick up speed, then maybe the labor market would expect fewer hands, unskilled hands, maybe work that can be done by robots in a few years. But the market will need more AI usage skills. If we go that way, if we go into that direction, maybe we will be able to deal with the demographic problem to a certain extent, not all of it. No doubt, this is a new world, and in the context of this new world, we have to be as prepped as possible. I agree with what was said. Greece missed out on the train of the previous industrial revolutions. This is a bad thing, but eventually it might prove to be a good thing because we can do things from scratch and do things properly without being limited by previous experiences. Maybe that will limit the prospects of countries that experienced the previous industrial revolution successfully so. This reminds me of the 1980s and the 1990s and the KEPWE, the one-stop shop for citizens that were created here. So DIPA can play a leading role. It has the right people. They are capable. This is a great event. You got half of the government and the cabinet to come here. So everybody's trying. It's working. Let's work some more. Here's my question. I thought this was the end. I thought this was my crescendo, and you're ruining it. I know, and I can be an agent provocateur. This is a friend of mine, Adonis Georgiadis. If you were to be retrained minister, what would you be retrained in? I've tried to be retrained and reskilled in AI. I always talk about AI. I don't know much about it. I have to be honest. I want to be trained and retrained in the real AI. Even our cell phones, we use them in a very standard way. We log on WhatsApp, Twitter, but there's so much more that the cell phone can do. I understand where you're coming from, Minister. Let me at this point extend my thanks to the panel members, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Professor. I hope you are wiser After this discussion, let's not move out. Let's not leave the room just yet. The next panel discussion, you see, is possibly the most important of all. And over the next 10 minutes or so, let's listen to the testimonials of real people that have been trained thanks to these programs and projects. Let's see what they got. Let's see what their experience was all about. So let's have the photos taken, and then we're going to have the testimonial.
Οι σχολές επαγγελματικής εκπαίδευσης και κατάρτισης της ΔΥΠΑ, με αφορμή το Ευρωπαϊκό Έτος Δεξιοτήτων, παρουσιάζουν.
The DIPA schools of training and upskilling are worth your while, and they should be known on the occasion of the European Skills Year. This is a very important and interesting program. With the assistance of our teachers and the school management, we decided to participate and set up our own business. We decided to participate in a fashion show as we were learning about fashion at school during our training. I have selected to become an aerospace technician. First of all, because I like aviation, but also because this is a job with a future. We have decided to participate in the school, from the school in the 200 years for in the 200 years since the Greek independence. Also, we are providing a new ingredient that can be used by those who are allergic to eggs. We are going to present a new, complete fashion show with clothes that have their inspiration from Greek traditional clothes, which we have transformed into modern ones that anybody can wear. I was inspired by the different forms of women's nature, and my jewelry can be transformed so as to accompany women on every occasion. We participated in this competition with the assistance and help of our teachers who have always been at our side. My curriculum has played a very important role because I have been able to become a specialist. My teachers have provided me with knowledge and skills, but they have also guided me so as not only to implement my idea, but also to be awarded. I benefited a lot through my participation in the competition. We all learned how to best collaborate with one another, and we, right from the start, were able to know how to set up a new business, something that will be useful throughout our career. Thank you, says Ms. Nikolciu. We now have a taste and listened to the testimonials. Let us now do this live. Let us hold a discussion. We will start from the young man who is Panagiotis Kolokithas. He works at the salaries department, the accounting department of a company. He has graduated from Pantio University, and he has participated in the DIPA training program, GIS systems. What have you learned? What have you understood? Please be quiet. It's very important that we listen to these young people. My experience has been very, very good in general, very, very good. There is things have improved as regards digital communication and further training. I am to blame because I could not enjoy it. I had my own technical problems. Still, it was an excellent opportunity. There was consistency. I am working, so sometimes it was not very easy to attend, but I am very satisfied. You're very satisfied. Do you believe that, do you consider this to be a tool that can take you forward? I will tell you the truth. This skill is not close to what I am now working on. GIS system, you said. Yes, of course. So it's not similar to what I am currently working on. I believe in enriching my knowledge, and you never know when this may come useful. At this point in time, it is not useful, but it was the only available course when I decided to train. And it's close to what I need and what I like. GIS, do you know all the capital cities around the world? Tell me, please suggest a country with a difficult capital city. Well, I'm not going to ask you. Thank you very much for being here. I move on to Amalia Kypriotis. She is training at the PAS Oreokastron School in silversmithing. I wore some of their work. She has a degree in natural environment from the Aristotle. She has a master's in ecology, and she participated in the Champions of Excellence event in Brussels. So from ecology, from biology and Champions of Excellence, you are training in silversmithing. How come? Well, I made a profession out of my hobby. I did have a hobby during my studies. Unfortunately, with my studies, I could not find a job. So I found this school, the silversmithing school, by chance. So it was my hobby. I never thought that I would be a professional in this field. And to have apprentice and from this apprenticeship to move on to making a profession out of my work. I am now 100% in this sector. I learned how to work. I met artists and creators. And as soon as I graduated, I received an offer. So you earn your living from that. Yes, that's great, really great. These are the results we were talking about. Let's now go on to the next, Valeria. Valeria is there. She is a high school graduate. She completed the digital marketing training in pedagogics, and she enrolled in the school for management and economy school, and she is participating in the program for offering professional experience to young people. So I think that all your what you are doing is quite compatible with what you wanted to do. Tell us about your experience. When I graduated from high school, I thought that it was very, very difficult for me to decide then and there what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. So I paused. I worked in the restaurant area and waited for some years. I am 29 years old now, and therefore you graduated when you were 18, and until recently you worked in the private sector or restaurant sales, etc. And at some point you decided I want to do something else. So 10 years later I was tired, I paused, and I wanted to decide what to do with my life, what I wanted to do. I learned about these seminars organized by DIPA, and I thought that it would be a good idea for me. The experience was very, very good. We learned things, the teachers, the department, everything was good. Because adult education, the issue is that you don't only learn from your teacher, you learn from one another. You go in the classroom, you discuss with everyone, and you learn from everybody else's experience. And I really enjoyed the digital class, and I thought I should continue. And I have just enrolled in this school, which is now called SAEC. So as far as digital marketing goes, you now have the skills that will allow you to work as a digital marketeer in a company. Yes, I do work, and I help my school. We have set up a TikTok site. We appear on Instagram, we advertise. It's a very interesting job, but also it is a job for the future. And you can then move on to a more competitive environment. Now let me move on to Hara, who asked me earlier, if you feel stressed in such situations, what do you do? Because we are talking about skills. I have a good skill. I have eaten a clock. I have a very good sense of the time, but the stress is always there. And it's something that you can never get rid of. I'm sure the governor can confirm this. So let us discuss your personal case. You have graduated from the University Department of Communication and Media. You have attended you have a postgraduate degree and you work in Axia through a DIPA program. What is this and how did you find yourself there? Axia is a lifelong learning center. At this point in time, I am able to see how things stand. I am a supervisor in different departments that organize these, that attend the program. I graduated from university, I went to Erasmus, and then I had my 2 children, and I wanted to train in something different because in the past I was also working in the restaurant, field of restaurant. All of a sudden, I realized that I have to be able to do something. I was unemployed for some time due to because I had my children. So I looked at an advertisement. I was participating in deeper groups and communities. I found the program. I thought that this was a good opportunity to be able to train. It is very convenient also as far as its duration is concerned. It has a short duration. I am able to work from home and with physical presence. My question to all of you, how easy it is for you to find and access DIPA and learn about the programs? Is it easy? Please, this is a question to all of you. Was it easy for you to communicate with them? Yes, DIPA is good at responding using email. So we younger people who will not start looking at websites, and because we are heavily involved in social media, the advertising helps us. That is how I learned about it, via their advertisements on Facebook. And that's how we learn about these things. We scroll around the social media and we learn. So their program is very convenient also for mothers, and I believe that all young people can agree with that. Most of us are tech geeks. When I went to university, I was rather passive. So, because in this case, we now have theory and practice at the same time. So I think that it was very good because DIPA got me in a job immediately. So a few months after the end of the course, I started working. So thank you very much, Hara, Valeria, Malia and Panagiotis. These were the testimonials and your success stories. Governor, these are the results. We are all aware of what is happening. People told me that you are easy to find, but there's always a better way to raise your awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I hope I did not pressure you too much. It was my pleasure and an honor. Now let's give the floor to the governor so that he can close the event and discuss the conclusions. Thank you very much for being with us. Sorry. So I want to thank our control people and the fund. These are the skilled workers here, what these people do. Thank you. And as well as the interpreters. Thank you.
I, for my part, would like to thank the whole team behind this event. They worked very hard, and in particular, let me thank Mrs. Costa, Ioanna, from my office, who worked really hard for this event to happen. Let me also state that everything we talked about today, training vocational training and education and skills. There are people that create these programs in the framework of DIPA. They are behind such successful ventures, such as the General Director, Mrs. Theodoridou, who's in charge of vocational training, Ms. Bournova, Ms. Skoura, Ms. Laina. There are many members of that particular team attending this event. Thank you. And of course, Ms. Hormova, the Deputy Director, she's gone deep into the field of professional and vocational training. She's been with us for a year and a half. Her work's been exceptional. I don't wish to tire you. By way of conclusion, let me mention the takeaway from today's event. There's no such a thing as a magic recipe. The effort has to be continuous and ongoing. Every single step will be better. We need to understand it's imperative we learn new things. We have to keep trying. We have to keep getting better and better. We have achieved a lot in the field of vocational training, but there's a lot to improve. We'll do so moving forward, and this can only be made possible just as long as we work together, all of us, the public and the private sector, the Ministry of Labour, the Ministry of Education, the social partners, all of us need to work together to pursue and achieve our shared goals. By way of conclusion, let me thank the moderators of today's event, Mrs. Nikoltsiou, Mr. Foulis. Thank you for your excellent work today. Let me also thank the production team again. Please stay with us. There are snacks and lunch outside. And on that note, let me thank you for being with us today. Mrs. Nikoltsiou, please say a few things about inclusion, because as you see, we also have sign language interpretation. The work of DIPA also is inclusive. No doubt about it, says the governor. It should be self-evident, but it's good we are insisting on it. No, we are including everyone. There are equal opportunities for everyone, and thank you for the interpretation today. All the best to all of you. Bye-bye.
Γιώργος, 50 ετών. Μηχανικός αυτοκινήτων που μαθαίνει digital προγράμματα για ηλεκτρικά οχήματα. Σοφία, 25 ετών. Γραφίστρια που άρχισε να παρακολουθεί σεμινάρια για virtual reality. Ποτέ δεν είναι αργά για να διεκδικήσουμε αυτό που θέλουμε. Για να τολμήσουμε να ανακαλύψουμε ένα νέο δρόμο, λιγότερο περπατημένο. Ο κόσμος αλλάζει όταν αλλάζουμε εμείς. Όταν έχουμε το θάρρος και τη θέληση να τελειοποιήσουμε τις ικανότητες που ήδη έχουμε ή να αναπτύξουμε άλλες δεξιότητες που δεν ξέραμε ότι διαθέτουμε. Το Ευρωπαϊκό Έτος Δεξιοτήτων είναι μία αφύπνιση, μία συνειδητοποίηση. Ότι είμαστε σπουδαίοι κι ας μην το ξέρουμε. Ότι έχουμε ταλέντα που οφείλουμε να ανακαλύψουμε ή να μεγιστοποιήσουμε. Ο κόσμος, η κοινωνία, η αγορά εργασίας έχει ανάγκη εμάς τους τολμηρούς, τους ασταμάτητους. Εμάς που ταυτίζουμε τις προσδοκίες και τα όνειρά μας με τις ολοένα και περισσότερες προκλήσεις των καιρών. Εμάς που με κάθε μας βήμα πηγαίνουμε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο μπροστά. Το Ευρωπαϊκό Έτος Δεξιοτήτων 2023 είναι η πρωτοβουλία της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής που δίνει νέα όθηση στη διαβίου μάθηση, ενδυναμώνοντας άτομα και επιχειρήσεις να συμβάλλουν στην πράσινη και ψηφιακή μετάβαση, υποστηρίζοντας την καινοτομία και την ανταγωνιστικότητα. Στηρίζει τις επιχειρήσεις να αντιμετωπίσουν τις ελλείψεις δεξιοτήτων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Προωθεί την νοοτροπία επαναξιοποίησης και αναβάθμισης δεξιοτήτων, βοηθώντας τους ανθρώπους να αποκτήσουν τις σωστές δεξιότητες για ποιοτικές θέσεις εργασίας.
Education is not just a preparation for life, but education becomes a way of life. And this is what our European Year of Skills is all about. Whether you're starting out in your career, are midway through it, or you're nearing the end, investing in training is not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do.
Στην Ελλάδα είναι σημαντικό να λύσουμε το πρόβλημα αναντιστοιχίας μεταξύ των δεξιοτήτων που έχουν οι άνεργοι και των δεξιοτήτων που αναζητούν οι επιχειρήσεις. Να ανέβουμε από την 25η θέση μεταξύ των 27 κρατών μελών της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης στον δείκτη ψηφιακής οικονομίας και κοινωνίας DESI. Να ανταποκριθούμε στους στόχους που έχει θέσει η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση στο πλαίσιο της στρατηγικής Ευρώπη 2030. Να ανταποκριθούμε στους στόχους της ψηφιακής πυξίδας 2030. Υλοποιεί το μεγαλύτερο πρόγραμμα κατάρτισης που έχει γίνει ποτέ με πόρους από το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας. Ήδη μέσα σε ένα χρόνο, η ΔΥΠΑ έχει χρηματοδοτήσει την κατάρτιση και επιστοποίηση 220.000 πολιτών. Συνεργάζεται με κορυφαίες παγκοσμίως εταιρείες τεχνολογίας και εκπαίδευσης Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Cisco, Coursera, Huawei. Συμμετείχε στην χάραξη εθνικής στρατηγικής δεξιοτήτων, διάγνωση αναγκών αγοράς εργασίας, πρόβλεψη αναγκών για το μέλλον, αξιοποίηση και προσαρμογή δράσεων συνεχιζόμενης επαγγελματικής κατάρτισης. Συμμετείχε στη δημιουργία Εθνικού Συμβουλίου Δεξιοτήτων, κατάρτιση της Εθνικής Στρατηγικής Δεξιοτήτων, παρακολούθηση εφαρμογής, υποβολή εισηγήσεων για χάραξη πολιτικών. Και επίσης λειτουργεί 50 επαγγελματικές σχολές, ΕΠΑΣ, μαθητείας και 30 Ινστιτούτα Επαγγελματικής Κατάρτισης, ΙΕΚ, σε όλη την Ελλάδα. Αναβαθμίζει τα προγράμματα σπουδών και τα εργαστήρια. Σχεδιάζει την κτηριακή και ενεργειακή αναβάθμιση των σχολών. Ίδρυσε νέες πειραματικές ΕΠΑΣ για ειδικότητες στον τομέα του τουρισμού. Υλοποιεί ειδικά προγράμματα κατάρτισης σε όλη την Ελλάδα για ειδικές ομάδες του πληθυσμού που αντιμετωπίζουν δυσκολίες στο να μπουν στην αγορά εργασίας. Ευρωπαϊκό Έτος Δεξιοτήτων. Δημόσια Υπηρεσία Απασχόλησης. Για τις δεξιότητες που δημιουργούν το αύριο για εργαζόμενους και επιχειρήσεις.